Fellow Ambazonians, good day. In a few months ahead, the war will be 7 years old. Naysayers would want you to believe that we have lost it. I say hell no, hell no. And let me explain to you why. We have done far better than what Biafra did between 1967 and 1970. Biafra collapsed in 3 years in spite of all the international support they garnered. For almost 7 years, in the contrary, we have fought on our own. We haven't gotten any godfathers, yet still fighting. You call that failure? Of course not. We call it resilience. To have far exceeded what Biafra did without any international support. And yet, here's some people wanting you to believe we are losing is pure propaganda and surrogacy meant to push La République du Cameroon's narrative. Wars are never fought and won by the majority of the people. They are fought and won by the resilient minority who, in spite of all the odds, do continue to sacrifice financially till victory comes. We are at that moment of the resilient minority. The resilient minority is predicated upon the fact that we no longer are able to raise the kind of money we were able to raise between 2017 and 2020. Most people have fallen by the wayside. They will give you many diverse reasons for not contributing anymore. Yes, even so, they absolutely still want to see a free and independent country called their own. I am talking about Ambazonia. But what if everybody is disgruntled and choose to take the back seat? What if nobody chooses to support the crusade? How then do we get that independence? Fellow comrades, we are at a point of no surrender here. And everybody and every contribution counts. Do not be fooled by those who want you to believe that Cameroon is about to negotiate with us. And so, let's just wait and see. Let me assure you all, and I say this because I talk to parties from both the international community and in La République du Cameroon. Cameroon has absolutely no motivation, no incentive to negotiate at this moment. The only motivation they will have is when they see us either raising fire within their territory or beginning to take over control of some of our own territories. These are the only things that will force them to the table. Until then, our utmost responsibility now is to raise that fire and to keep it burning. Fellow Ambazonians, I come to you today not to task you, but to beg you, to appeal to your consciences, to remember our people who have been killed through no fault of their own during this war, to join the award draft starting this Sunday, April the 9th. While some give up and some are discouraged, let's learn a thing from the courage of Sir Winston Churchill, that we are well able to win this war, that victory is ours. And please show up in your numbers on Sunday to draft. The great county of Momo is starting the draft this Sunday. Mezam will follow next. The BLM, Manu, and the rest will follow in that order. You do not want your county to be counted the last in this fundraiser. Your draft will send a message to the international community that you will have freedom and or independence or die for it. You are saying that our fighters are doing the right thing. By drafting, you are saying that our heroes, General Transporter, General Commando, General Ivo, General Bia, Cha, General Isubu, and above all, the Field Marshal, the King of Ambazonia, have not died in vain. If anything else will dissuade you from not drafting, please remember these heroes and drive in their honor. Let's send a message to La République du Cameroon that the diaspora is still alive and supporting the war. And thank you for doing so. See you on Sunday. Please make sure you pass this message to everyone with a phone, with a gadget. By now, most of you must have seen or read a statement that is making the rounds in the social media coming from a few individuals who suppose that matters relating to the salvation of Ambazonia should be settled under their exclusive direction. The statement calls for a conference of all Ambazonians and adds that the conveners, the Big Four as they would love to be called, are responsible for convening it. However, members of the Big Four or Big Five seem to have grown by one per the number of signatures on the statement in question. The Big Four have arrogated to themselves the title of conveners instead of allowing all or most of Ambazonian leaders to do the convening. State that they are kickstarting the conference with a tour of some Ambazonian communities in the diaspora. The tour is meant to peddle Ambazonians to buying the idea of the conference. The conveners of this conference also say they want to build unity and collaboration among Ambazonian groups and chart the way forward for Ambazonia in the event of any negotiations. The Canadian process is very much at the center of this conference that is being called by a few. The idea of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, isn't a bad thing at all. It has been long awaited, especially when it is intended to explore issues relating to unity, collaboration, and negotiations. All along from day number one of becoming the leader of the interim government, I have preached and championed this idea of unity and collaboration among the leadership and stakeholders in this fight for independence. And I will continue to do so in spite of all the odds. A meeting of this nature, a conference of this nature, that should bring everybody, everyone, or say the major groups together, cannot be a bad idea. It is the right thing to do, and again, Ambazonians have long been waiting for it. However, the bad thing about this Big Four conference is how they seem resolved to go about it. Anything that has to do with the collective interest of Ambazonia cannot be seen to want to be owned by an individual or a handful of them. Foundation to the end has to be about collective bargaining and collective interest. The date for this conference has been announced and changed several times. First, the venue was going to be Canada. Then, a few weeks later, we learn that it has been moved to Ghana. The month as initially announced was April, but according to the latest statement, the conference has been moved for some time in July. Who is making these decisions? If they want anybody to believe that the conference is being planned by Ambazonian leaders, who is making the decisions? Again, don't get me wrong. The importance and urgency of this conference cannot be overemphasized. However, the way the big 4 or 5 are trying desperately to run away with and to own it constitutes a major problem. A major problem. You would think that the conveners of this conference, considering the effort and consultations that this interim government has made in efforts to bring everybody together, have consulted with the IG, the interim government. No, they did not. They have not. And they are already busy creating some committees in which they hope to invite others to join. That is the wrong way to go. It is not correct. The way to go, therefore, is to get all the leaders, and I mean all the leaders of the different groups and stakeholders on the table, sit around the table. They discuss the when and the how of the conference, and then, if need be, put up the different committees needed. All the leaders should be disposed to shaping the nature and the content of these pre-tours. 2. The pre-tours agenda should not be left in the hands of a few people to decide. All the leaders, and I mean all the leaders or most of them, should know the content or the message of those pre-tours, so that nobody is embarrassed with the questions they have to answer after. Then, if we don't do that, we would all have become accomplices. When the Canadians indicated their intention to take up the negotiation process, I personally reached out to some of the leaders and those leaders who had sat in those meetings with Cameroon in Canada. I didn't only indicate the intention of the interim government to endorse the Canadian process. I passed over to them suggestions or proposals that we had deliberated upon here at the interim government's cabinet. The suggestions sounded so good in their ears that they said they did run with it. The interim government suggested that we convene an emergency meeting of all the group leaders and stakeholders, deliberate on the Canadian process first. That is the way to approach it. Then, from there, we agree on a date for a physical meeting of all the leaders. A meeting in which we should be able to decide our agenda and strategy engaging in the Canadian process. The emphasis here was against any idea of having to go to sit in the Canadian process as groups. Bad idea. The idea was that we call for a meeting or a conference of all the leaders. They all come together and we formulate our agenda and manner of approach to the process, the negotiation process. No one group should be allowed to go sit in there on behalf of Ambazonia, was the point. The group thing should be forbidden. The groups, once in the meeting or conference, will then have to figure out the process of choosing the experts who represent Ambazonia during the negotiations. The catch is to prevent groups or individual leaders from being easily infiltrated or bought over by the enemy. We all know how La République du Cameroon operates. They may easily buy some of these leaders with chicken change, to the effect that they begin working as proxies for La République du Cameroon during that negotiation process. We don't want that to happen. If we all come together and pick our experts who sit there representing none of the groups but Ambazonia, experts who then cannot enter into any direct deal without consulting with Ambazonian leaders, everything you can imagine, everything would run smoothly, void of rancor and any suspicions. Where the conference that is being pitched at this moment is going wrong is in the idea of a few people, a few individuals, actually people with very questionable resumes throughout the 6 years of this war, appearing to want to own and run away with the process, instead of consulting with all leadership, getting everybody to sit around the table to discuss and agree on the direction. They seem to be unilaterally deciding the modus operandi of the conference. For example, they already have picked the date and picked the venue without adequate consultation with the leaders. They just want some leaders to come on board just so they can serve for the statistics, I guess. Their statement states that other groups will be invited along the way. And we say, hell no, that is not correct. It is wrong. All groups are supposed to be convened, not invited along the way. The agenda isn't and shouldn't be some group's agenda. It should be Ambazonia's own agenda. And if the conveners mean well, a meeting of all the groups should be the priority now. And I mean now, that is, before any conference. When people feel a sense of entitlement to a process or a cause, and you invite them to some conference that is supposed to have collective ownership, you are simply inviting them to come there as observers, as spectators, and not as stakeholders with a sense of entitlement. This is what is wrong with the Canada or Ghana conference, Canadian or Ghana conference they are calling now. This egomaniac attitude of me and my group first is what caused the divisiveness in our liberation movement and diverted the attention of some of our comrades from the liberation of Ambazonia to the liberation of some leaders and their groups. The time has come for us to fix these wrongs. Again, the moment has come for these wrongs to be fixed. I have no doubt in my mind that this conference is being hastily announced, and dates and venues are being changed constantly, only because they learn of the interim government's readiness to spearhead an all-inclusive conference in Washington, D.C. in May. But that is not the problem. If they do things the right way, transparently and selflessly, the interim government and the unity platform have absolutely, I believe, no problem combining the two conferences to make one. We are one people. We should have one conference, and that is the spirit. This is what the interim government has proposed. These proposals were sent to every legitimate leader in this fight or struggle for Ambazonia independence, including some stakeholders. After this presentation, I shall be asking the Department of Communication to make available to the public the proposal that the interim government sent out, I think 3 weeks or so ago. But here is what the interim government proposed in the summary. All the groups come together, each group maintaining its independence. We form a leadership council. The leadership council be made up of representatives from all the groups, including group leaders. The leadership council then sits down and figures out areas the groups can collaborate in. We suggested, for example, the area of communication, humanitarian, that has to do with refugees, diplomacy, including negotiations, defense, and the security of Ground Zero, among others. Again, I will send the statement out, the proposal out. For leadership of the council, the groups we propose take turns and lead for either 6 months or 1 year at the maximum. The leader does not execute his group agenda, nor his own agenda. He is there to execute only the program that the council would have approved. If leadership rotates, no one group, no matter how large or small, can be seen to be domineering other groups. For funding, we propose that the council restricts itself to special projects. They can either be funded through joint fundraisers or each group chipping in its own due for the project. As for negotiations or diplomacy, we propose that the council should be in the place to research expert negotiators who should represent Ambazonia in any future talks, Canada or no Canada, any talks. The expert negotiators report to the council and are responsible to it and not to any one group. Again, for the first time, we will have that proposal published for the record. This document we wrote from the interim government is out there in the hands of all the leaders, all the legitimate leaders. They have all commended the fairness of it, at least for those who have cared to respond to it. They all agree that it is the right approach. The Unity platform is refining it right now, and it has actually voted for an all-Amba conference for May the 25th through the 27th in Washington, D.C. They shall be coming up here on this channel to talk about that a little bit. But do not be mistaken, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be mistaken. If others agree, we can combine this. I like to state it emphatically once more, as I have done in the past, that no one group is going to negotiate Ambazonia's independence. None. Dig it off your psyche. In fact, any group thinking that it alone can do so has another agenda. And I do not believe that agenda is an independence agenda. If people have nothing to hide, if leaders don't want to cut corners and make reprehensible deals with the enemy, then common sense dictates that many heads reason better than one. I call upon every one of you, every Ambazonian out there, push for a conference that is all-inclusive. A conference where all groups draw and own the agenda. A conference that sets a genuine unity and collaboration strategy. A conference that sets Ambazonia's agenda up high from individuals' agenda. especially when it concerns negotiations leading to independence. A true Ambazonia conference, I mean. We will not engage, and when I say we, I mean we here at the interim government will not engage in any collective conference in which resolutions are tele-guided through the back door. We will not. Mark us absent. Ambazonians, this is your fight. We'll call it struggle. If you allow selfish people and egomaniacs to own the process and to run with it, we may just well be heading in the direction that Muna and Foncha left us. If a person would travel all the way from another country to another country, all by himself, to mortgage our resources, does your conscience convict you that such a person should not be allowed to teleguide the negotiation process for your freedom? I guess your answer is as good as mine.
Shall we return to our own vomit? Again, the question is, shall we return to our own vomit? Of course not. We are told that only dogs do return to their own vomit. Today is January the 9th, in the year of our Lord, 2023. I am Chris Ano, your comrade in arms for a free and independent Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. Fellow Ambazonians, I come to you with a critical announcement. We are declaring February the 10th and the 11th. And when I say we, I am referring to all of us here at the interim government of Ambazonia. We are declaring a national lockdown of Ambazonia to start on Friday, the 10th of February, and Saturday, the 11th of February. Fellow Ambazonians, this lockdown is critical and important because we are not dogs. We are not dogs, and we will never be, to return to our own vomit. Even before 2016, when they started this conflict against us, we had refused to take part in any festivities or celebrations marked as 11th February. 11th February was declared in 1966 by French Cameroon President Amadou Ahidjo. Until 1966, what we celebrated was Empire's Day and not 11th February. And by the way, look at that date, 11th February, which they now call a youth day. A youth day. What has it got to do with the youths? If you can think about it. What has the 11th of February got to do with any youth in Ambazonia or in La République du Cameroon? Zero. Fellow Ambazonians, we should never forget our own history. The 11th of February was the date of the plebiscite in 1961. Again, the 11th of February was the date of the plebiscite. It is the day where slavery was forced upon us by the United Nations, the British, and of course, the French and French Cameroon. So we cannot be celebrating our own day of slavery, the day we were made slaves. They came to us with a plebiscite, and instead of asking us whether we want to get independence to be a country of our own, they asked us if we wanted to get independence by either joining Nigeria or joining La République du Cameroon. How has that worked? And what are we going to be celebrating? How has it worked for the past 61 years? They forced independence with La République du Cameroon upon us. And the day that plebiscite was carried out, our annexation and colonization began. And for 61 years, we've borne the brunt of it. Fellow Ambazonians, we have since denied celebrating any so-called national day in our territory that is implemented by La République du Cameroon. And so this one, the 11th of February so-called, will not be different. We shall not celebrate anything in Ambazonia called National Day on the 11th February. 11th February was since banned, 20th May banned from our territory. And so we're asking everybody in Ambazonia, get ready to stay home, shut down everything that you can, that can be shut down on the February the 10th and February the 11th. Monday will be our regular ghost towns. So the lockdown will be on again Friday, February the 10th and Saturday, February the 11th. Please pass this message to every Ambazonian. We shall be coming back to you with details as to what goes on during these days. Please pass this message around and start preparing to shut down everything of your own. We cannot give La République du Cameroun a semblance of any victory. They hope to send the images across the world to say, listen, the war is over. Just imagine you send your children out to go and march and participate in any march past. And please let me say this to every school or college anywhere in Ambazonia. Your children go out to the street, to any ceremonial ground to participate in anything called 11 February, your school will be completely shut down indefinitely. 11 February has been banned throughout the territory of Ambazonia, and it is going to remain so. Even when we get our independence, it's a bad day. We shall never celebrate our own day of slavery, ladies and gentlemen. We are not going back to it. We shall never go back to it. October 1st remain our only national day for the moment. God bless you all.
This story is a true case of what we call dog eat dog, or the proverbial what goes around comes around. And this can only happen in the corruption-infested country of La République du Cameroon. 2 weeks ago, a whistleblower in the Cameroon Ministry of Economy and Finance leaked a document indicating the disbursement of 120 million francs CFA to a non-existent BLM Culture and Development Association, LEGDA, that was in 2018. ABS has now learned that more money was doled out to the said association in subsequent years. But what the association did with the funds remains the mystery. The funds were disbursed into a clandestine bank account in Yaoundé, known only to one John Fongan and Paul Tasson, the president and secretary general of the supposed association, the non-existent association. Bernard Forgeau, Cameroon's member of parliament for the BLM, and Juan Boniface Nkobenai, who worked at the presidency in that country until recently, are also alleged to be part of the racket that knew of the disbursement of the funds and how it was used in the non-existent association, pretending to still have control over the southern Cameroons, Ambazonia. The Cameroon government released the funds into the coffers of the non-existent the BLM Cultural and Development Association, ladies and gentlemen, to fund youth engagement in agriculture in the BLM, according to a statement that accompanied the funds from their finance ministry. The crux of this story is this: not a single franc from what became a yearly allocation disbursed to the association ever touched the hands of the people or anybody in that matter in the BLM except the duo. Apparently, the reason why the whistleblower leaked the transaction. As the document showing the fund disbursement made the rounds in the social media, especially within the BLM community, anger, consternation, and outrage characterized reactions from the people. There are questions too that they demand answers for. Questions like, who created the said bank account? Who created the said bank account in Yaoundé, into which the funds were being directed to? And who are the signatories to the account? What was the money used for, and by who? So far, John Fongang and Paul Tasson, who are directly indicted by the public, have remained silent. Phone calls to them remain unanswered. Indeed, Fongang is reported to have shut down his own phone number after a flurry of phone calls began pouring in. Paul Tasson has also not made a single statement about the allegations. 3 days ago, the story took another twist. A statement from Cameroon Supreme State Audit and the presidency in Yaoundé, issued on January 3rd, among others, is summoning John Fongang and his culprits for an urgent audit. Paul Tasson isn't mentioned in the summons, but Fongang and Boniface Nkobenahai are requested or summoned to show up for the state audit. The BLM people may finally get to know who took the millions, adding up to over $500 million CFA francs, and exactly what it was used for, if at all it was used for anything. An interesting angle to this story, which is where the fraud is the fact that the BLM Cultural and Development Association that received these funds doesn't even exist. It exists only on paper. In fact, the last time the association functioned was in 1997. ABS was told that the association went under right after John Fongang became president in 1997. Since then, nothing has been heard of the association. Paul Tasson became Secretary General right after that also. But besides the two, there are no other known executive members to it. In fact, Justice Fonkwe, a judge of the Cameroon Supreme Court from the BLM, attempted several times to revive the association, but the duo of Paul Tasson and John Fongang pushed back on the effort. But this is the question: does the fact that fraud may have been busted here mean anything to the Yaoundé regime? Thieves are never caught in the country of Cameroon. In their system, thieves are never caught. They bribe their way to freedom. If anything, just like in all of the southern Cameroons where the elite always want the people to believe they work and fight for them. This certainly is a case of the elite fighting for themselves, siphoning funds into their own personal pockets and not for the people. It should serve as an eye-opener to Ambazonians. Cameroon cannot punish them because then They will have no more agents, or what is popularly known as blacklegs, to use in placating Ambazonia to end the war. But if they do punish them, that would have only resembled the other playbook of La République du Cameroon. Use them and dump them. We hope Ambazonians as a whole learn the lesson though, that the so-called elite who come to you telling you to stop the war are not fighting for you. They come because of their own gain.
Fellow Ambazonians, today now Saturday, January 21st, 2023. I want to come again for this afternoon, my second audio today. And this one, it concerns this statement where it be made by Cho Ayaba and John Ba Akuro with regards to the statement from Canada on the quote-unquote Canada talks. So, you see, this statement where they make us, so it be a bit funny for me because I think even time where they go in for this for go shit on down with La République, I forfeit tell them even that time before even they go shit on say not exactly what this way they go get them, because the conditions leading up to them going to Canada, they will be made for produce this very result where they get them. It not be surprising at all. Because when I rush go she done down for say when I want to talk where when I not even level the ground for sure how way the talks will work. Now one side they dictate who way will come. When I two when I agree for go she done. I've often tell them even at that point. Say this one they complain where they make an announcement say now exactly thing the way it will come out. And I be even make an audio I talk some. Tell them, say this thing no worker. Say La République, it go dupe them. But they never listen. The thing where they didn't say for the Ambazonians, when you go in for a negotiation, say two sides that go in for a negotiation. One side, it get the own thing where they bring onto the table. The other side, it get the own thing where they bring onto the table. For where, if one side, be able for respect the terms of the argument, then some consequence it get for B. Some consequence it get for B. So when that consequence not there, then it shows the probability for one side for break that argument or the terms of that argument, it be high. When Ayabacho and John Ba Akuro they come on out talk say, oh, make Canada withdraw that statement. That means a thing where they will go agree for they don't respect them. But why it be surprising? When I be go sit down and they negotiate so which thing be there for show say if one side it break the rule, now this thing will get for happen for them. When I be keep any condition like that one. So why when I be surprised say La République it go break up? Now the first time where La République it break an agreement, maybe La République will break the argument for say make break the federal structure of government what we get on with them. They never don't lie for we say they go make decentralization. They not do them. How many more arguments did we once made a break up before we know the kind of people we they deal with? They will still push it down. Allow ourselves. When I first don't say when I don't make argument, when I come up for negotiation table, when I not take when I own that copy for that agreement, hold on. When I come on live and say no, they will go ask some other person make agree first. Let's say that person now it get more power past you. You already don't accept. See the other party it get power past you. Now why you go come out the empty hand? They go for go ask them men that they agree. Then before they can tell when I say okay, that other big people they don't agree. So now feed them come now. We have already give away we have bargaining power for La République. That way we sit down. Una agree, una they come up for them, una not get una own copy for that argument. Like now so, well, the Canada come out with that statement. So, una for una own argument. Talk say no, nothing this will be agree.
Anglophones.
But if we get that agreement, we want to come up presenter. Now, what's that press conference? We want to say now, hold on. What if it don't happen with that press conference?
Have so far.
What if it don't happen with that press conference? We can hold the press conference. Inform Ambazonians of which way we really agree on.
At the same time,
because sometimes we feel the blame so sometimes we make some fine argument. We come on explain no.
Northwest and Southwest regions.
You see,
sought refuge
for Ayabacho,
8 francophone regions.
I think say first of all, your presence for Canada it be very surprising for me because you go sit down say the one negotiate, but where you never defied you for anything where you go compare La Republique me come sit down the table. Your own very fighters, they've done specialize now for molest other ARFs,
to prove
for molest with citizens. If I'm dead every day now for kill with own people, them kill other fighters. Now all that way specialized for. Seize people their properties, rape women, kidnap, take ransom. Now all that way if I'm do. So you come on go for Canada and say you want go negotiate. Say you don't fight now for Usai for push La Republique. May they come for negotiation table. So I want to talk for your bachos and say maybe in a time this for you for proof say okay you really there for this struggle for the right reasons. Tell Efang, tell any other person who is check say it there under you. Say since where La Republique you don't do thing where they do they insist for change the terms of the argument as if you don't come out the protest, show them say if they continue to do so, now so me I go do. Make we see firepower from Efang. Make we see make Efang go take down so La Republique base like how other areas they do. So what if you get them because if you come for negotiation, you don't get no leverage for bring them for that negotiation. Say if you not do so, now so I will do. Then you expect me the other person me the bend for follow you now for waiting. Waiting to compare the other person for one for respect the terms when you know say you know go do you know nothing. So any person and even you John Bakuro. You don't get no person, you don't get no fighter, you don't get no supporter. You because you don't for negotiate say if they talk say La Republique deny say no go negotiate, you go do it. What you go do them? You go talk say okay, I go talk for my fighters, may they do so. Who are the fighters in there? The same thing with Akwanga say at least he get some maybe some few boys. And the other people when they don't say the leverage when they bring that to the table where it go compare La Republique.
Unregrettable.
May they do the right thing now waiting. Which pressure would they bring them to the table where it go bear on La Republique?
Being committed in the southwest and northwest regions.
So the thing where it happened for this struggle, not typical La Republique style of doing things, and I not be surprised at all. I be expecting me happen exactly so. Now exactly thing that I be expecting me happen. So I not if some people they be surprised, me I not be surprised at all. I'm not surprised of what is happening because I knew it was going to happen exactly like this. If you don't study La Republique, you go know so they operate.
And lump me.
See, fellow Ambazonians, okay for be very careful. Okay for be very careful. La Republique, their style now for divide and rule. Nothing that way they master them, they don't use them against we over and over and over and over again.
November 2017.
So they don't go for them now. They go she don't talk say make Ambazonians they get now one side, but they go insist say no, they don't sign on to that kind of agreement. May they recognize their individual groups. Canada don't try for push them when the Canada don't yield to the pressure. They send out a statement. It recognize various groups. You know what you that one mean? You know when I know the implication for that one say they named as separate groups instead of the Southern Cameroon's team where it faced La Republique team. Now explain for now.
Destroyed,
Sam,
vandalized.
if we continue for we go, she don't say we negotiate with separate groups instead of one side for Ambazonia.
People's livelihood.
Thing where La Republique go do now say it will start target the individual groups, target their leaders. take plenty money, buy each leader. Take money here, buy each leader. Go for that, buy that leader.
The list
Before one Siam, we group go be completely, go be cohesive anymore. Some person and people they inside that group, them most of themselves. That's where they show them money they will take up. I know I call their names, but when I know them, people then they way if they can't show that money for buy them individually, they will take their money and sell you. Those who they go shit on for Canada, I don't trust most of them. I don't trust most of them. People they wait, like people bring money now for buy themselves. When I support this idea, when I support it. Now why that way when I say like it insist. Say me they call the individual groups, may they not call one side of the conflict, saying Southern Cameroons against the Republic of Cameroon. Because when it talks to Southern Cameroons, let me say all of them therefore agree before a decision will be passed.
Most, if not all.
But if there are different groups, if you go in there buy those different groups, just as they do with their political parties, when I don't forget.
In this interview.
No, don't forget what will happen with the political parties for La Republic. When they go in, they buy different groups. They don't form any cohesion for fight against Pobia. And I write up Pobia up to today. They are the same thing they want to do for this in negotiation where they say they do it for Canada.
For war crimes,
they break this thing up so now for get a reason. So now the thing that I decide for bring out this audio today for the Ambazonians. May wanna open my head. If any talks they get for go on again, they must insist that Ambazonia must get one team, one side against the Republic. If they break that thing up into different groups, we not forget nothing will come out of it. Now mark this audio what is making today. If they will not allow they break this thing up into those small groups, La Republic will buy those leaders out and this thing will end up in failure. That's it. The reason that way I want to make this audio, any man will take this audio today, when I record and store and keep them for the future. When it happens, when I will take and play them again, say me, I don't tell you. I think that way a lot of people plan for doing. Yes. So when I get for keep our eyes wide open. Keep our eyes wide open. Think that way a lot of people you want to do. La Republic, I don't talk say whenever they decide, say they want to cash down for negotiate. They don't figure out a way where they go rig that negotiation. They don't fish on that way, they never figure out a way where they go cheat. When they don't figure out how they go cheat, they need to done. When they agree say they want to cheat done, you get for watch everything where they do. Because they go don't come up, they don't figure out some trick where they want plan. Now the modus operandi for La Republic to come out. We don't see them time and time again. Man will still allow himself to be deceived. That means they'll be really damn good.
I'm sorry.
But me, I never good.
It is defined.
So I tell you now for open our eyes, open our head, we want to know which way they are head. We have to watch them very closely, see what really happen.
You don't accept
all right.
that genocide exists.
My pussy.
Just because lay popular opinion claims that it exists.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the broadcast. It is very exciting to be here. Good night. Good night. And good night, General Transporter. Fellow Ambazonians. Chris Anu here, your comrade in arms for a free and independent Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. Today is Wednesday, February the 1st, in the year of our Lord, 2023. I come to you today rather in a sad mood, in a very dampened, depressed spirit. Only a few days ago, we saw General Transporter displaying his exploits in Meme on the social media. General Transporter was one of the best that Ambazonia had. Sadly enough, we do not know the details of what transpired. All we know is that he was assassinated by the enemy
Again, we do not know the circumstances under which this happened. We are still trying to find out about it. But General Transporter was one of the best, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best we had on ground zero in Meme Konye in particular. But now he is gone. He is gone. And it's a sad day. To his family, we from the interim government send our condolences, and we encourage you to stay strong. And to the fellow Ambazonia restoration fighters all over the country, but those in Konye in particular, we urge you to remain strong, remain courageous, remain unperturbed. It is not easy, never been easy to lose your leader, a strong one and charismatic and brave, like General Transporter in that matter. We know your spirits are down now. But I want you to know General Transporter fought a good fight. General Transporter fought a good fight. And the only way you can keep his memories alive is to avenge those who killed him, to avenge those who betrayed him, to avenge those, ladies and gentlemen, fellow ARS, avenge his killers. That is all you can do now. And that means taking the battle more than ever before the enemy. We know who the enemy is. We know where they are. We have no choice but to go after them. And go after them, we must go. General Transporter was one of those fighters who did not build a wall of groups affiliation around him. General Transporter took money from the interim government, although he belonged to Soccer Death, but he fought for Ambazonia. He fought for Ambazonia without looking at which side he belonged to, which group he belonged to. May we ask that all Ambazonia pause and give him a 1 minute of silence and remember him. And we pray for the families, that the Lord encourage you. May you not give up hope. May you not surrender. And of course, that goes to all the restoration fighters on the ground. And to you, General Transporter, I know Field Marshal was your daddy. As you meet him, if you will meet him, tell him, you still left the fighters in the war front. The war still goes on. And that now our assignment for those of us who are still living is to redeem and avenge all of you, until we bring you news of a free and independent Southern Cameroons. We hope that you find a place on the right side of God's hand tonight. Until we meet again. Now, to all the restoration fighters and to all of Ground Zero, I also come to you to remind you of the ghost towns, the lockdown that is coming up beginning Friday, February the 10th, and Saturday, February the 11th. This lockdown is called against an imposition on our territory. The attempts, efforts by La République du Cameroun, our colonizer, our slave master, to impose their 11 February on our territory We vomited them out 4 years ago. We banned it 4 years ago. And in their character, they never surrender without a fight. But this time, fellow Ambazonians, this goes to every civilian on ground zero. Please, please, make the work of the restoration fighters easy by staying home. Stay home. Friday, February the 10th and Saturday, February the 11th. Stay home and do not have the restoration forces coming after you. Please stay home. And let me warn every school in Ambazonia, any school that is found sending out children to go and participate in any form of celebration, be it march past or traditional dances or whatsoever, any such school, we will shut down that school indefinitely. And parents, take note. If they see your Pekin, go out for participate for any march past, for any traditional dance, for anything called 11 February, your child no go school indefinitely. In all of Ambazonia, we enforce this rule. 11 February not to be celebrated. And I also add this. 3 events we yesterday they plan mountain race. Anybody where they go run for mountain race, will they send you a message? Stay home for so-called mountain race. Stay home. And to all the blacklists and the enablers, where them say that they can organize elections for March inside Ambazonia, you are enemies of the people, enemies of Ambazonia, and we assure you, we will fish you out. We will fish you out one by one. Dare not set foot on Ambazonia to organize any elections. Fellow Ambazonians, again, this lockdown and this lockdown for 11 February is very critical. Very critical. If La République du Cameroon succeed for get one for go out, they will video one, send them out to the international community. Tell them, say, now the reason that they don't want go negotiation. They don't want negotiation. Because they go talk, say, the war don't finish. The war don't finish. What did they negotiate for? They negotiate with who? Now so they go talk. So if wanna know one, make Cameroon stay without going for negotiation, without looking for a means to settle this conflict, make wanna know go out for any 11 February for give La République a message to send to the international community. Make everybody stay home. No business. You go open your business where anything happen for day, now you find them. You say you want go office, anything happen for you, now you find them. Complete lockdown of Ambazonia, February 11 and February the 10th. The 10th, which is Friday and Saturday, is 11 of February. Everybody get for stay home. Only 2 days. Only 2 days. We not feel return for our vomit again. We not fit return again for our vomit. You know that, transporter? God bless you. God bless your family.
Today, I want to believe you guys are doing great out there. Bring to you today very, very exciting developments from ground zero, where we call Ambazonia. Thanks for tuning in. Please, as usual, I would love you to go ahead and hit your share button. Let us quickly get everyone populated on the platform here so I can come to you with a package I have prepared today. Today, I'm going to be talking about the Ambazonia Restoration Forces beating La République du Cameroon soldiers in every nook and cranny of the territory. If La République du Cameroon thought the war is getting over and they are decimating our fighters, they were wrong. The signs are there, the evidence is there. And also tonight, we're going to be talking about what is happening. A ghastly motor accident between Moliwe or Maifo Motengene Road today. We also will be talking about, which is the crux of this broadcast today, a very special message that I bring to the so-called Anglophone senators and parliamentarians in La République du Cameroon. Please do not touch your remote. I got also a very special panel that is coming up to join the broadcast. Don't touch your remote. What you're watching on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, was a ghastly motor accident that took place early this morning in the Fako, precisely on the stretch of the road linking Maifo Victoria to Mutengene. Unfortunately, the images are not good enough, and we are not going to bring to you most of the images. But again, the images are so terrible, we cannot bring you most of those images. But what you were watching there is what happened in Victoria today. We have learned that as of now, maybe our guest who is joining me from Victoria will be giving us updates on the count of deaths. But it happened this morning. We learned around 7:30 in the morning. You can see we have learned that so far as of 7:30 in the morning in Victoria, about 15 people were dead. 10 died at the scene of the accident, and the rest were called in dead from the hospitals where they were ferried to. I am joined from Victoria by one of our comrades. I don't need to give you his name, but he has been following this development, this accident for us from Victoria. Hello.
Hello, Comrade Chris.
Hello, sir. Good to hear from you. There is a lot of fidgeting noise in your background. Can you get to a location where there is no noise, please?
Yes, Comrade Chris. Are you getting me now?
All right, I can get you clearly now. Tell us what you have learned of this incident in Victoria this morning.
Yeah. Comrade Chris, this morning by 7:30, there was a camion leaving Ombe coming to Limbe with sand, and a bus who have loaded children of about 20-something children inside the car, inside the Iyas bus, was heading to Ombe, GTC Ombe.
Okay.
The government was there at Ombe, and around Moliwe, where the colonial military are taking guard, there was overtaking. The bus wanted to overtake and make it the camion, the camion from the camion sand pit.
Yes.
From Ombe, they were extracting our sand from Ombe. They meet face to face. And what we are learning now, Comrade Chris, we have about 18 children who are down, and
18.
others are still under medication.
So 18 are dead from the incident.
18 children from the incident, 18 are dead. And if you listen to their announcement, they were talking of I think 8 or 9. The others are responding to treatment. It is lie. We have by next coming up, I will give you the list of all the children. I will give you the names of the children. We have the list. It is not really people aware not to do coverage of image around the place. mortuary. They were sending people out, Limbe mortuary was very full with the students. So this morning, by 7:30 was the Black Friday in the Ambazonia land. We have to lose young Ambazonia because of the carelessness of the road, the potholes of the road, because what we thought that the bus was dodging the pothole around that Moliwe Bridge.
Okay.
There's a pothole there. The bus was trying to dodge that pothole and meet with that camion face to face. And the driver is a Nordist, it's a Muslim guy. The person who was driving the bus is a Muslim guy who died at the spot.
Okay. So the driver died at the spot.
The driver died also at the spot. He was the first person to swallow his birth certificate. And the other children, there are some children that, and the incident, we had about 11 that died at the place, at the incident, at the accident to blast. Another 7 at the hospital because there was one guy whose 2 legs were cut. So too much pains and too much bleeding, he died. And another girl, so even now in Limbe is very hot. They are trying to, the colonial government is trying to console the family, to push them back, not to give any interview to anybody. And that is how it's moving here in Limbe.
Now, when I look at the scene right immediately after that accident, no ambulances are at the scene, no police, no gendarmes.
It was people goodwill who were passing their car, and we put those candle drivers and offload the passenger to help the institution to carry some of those children who were bleeding and who were to bring them to the hospital. No ambulance, nothing. Even after all the transportation, there was no ambulance to come up for their help or anything. No, nothing concrete.
Now, I understand these students were students of GTHS Ombe.
Yes.
All of them?
All of them. They were going for their to take their report card today. Some were going to take their report card, and some were going for normal school because the Form 5 students will continue school, while the other ones were going there to collect their report cards. That is from 1 up to Form 4, we're going to collect their report cards. And that is how this bus have been loading children. A bus of 18 places will carry about 30 students or 25.
So this bus was a commercial bus, not a school bus?
It was a commercial bus, not a school bus. Anybody who say it was a school bus is a lie. It was a commercial bus because they have to block the number for people not to film the number. We don't know whether it was the colonial.
Who sealed the number? But I think looking at the video here, I can see the plate number is there. People could read it. That is a white bus, yeah. Right?
After the plate number was sealed after, it was sealed after the plate number was sealed, because that video was the accident happened. We rushed there and it didn't come to our head to take the bus number to put it up, but we know the driver that was driving is a guy from Fano, it's a Northeast.
Did you go to the scene, or you gathered this information from those who went to the scene?
No, I was there, the Congress Chris. We were there. You know, when we are there, we hide our identity and we keep ourselves very far, and we don't speak anyhow there. We just know what we are doing, and after then, we can give report to Ambazonia to know the clear story of the thing.
When you got there, were police or gendarmes or army already there, or they came after, if they did?
They came after. Gendarmes came after the accident happened. The accident happened. There was just military people who were taking guard. Most of them were two Anglophones. Were there people of goodwill? They entered and they were the one trying to pull out some of the people, keeping putting order, because some angry guys wanted to burn the camion, and they were trying to we should first of all save the life of the students, and that's how Shandam came and some police from my fort that was at the checkpoint, because it is not too far from the checkpoint. It's about 150 meters.
So what you're trying to get us understand is that you left Victoria, got to Molliwe, where this happened. You got there first before the police, who have a checkpoint.
We met.
Okay. Go on.
Reached there, we met the accident. If you can see where it's just.
Yes, you are breaking. Go on. Go on. Hello. Go on. Hello.
That was the leg was shaking. I was the one who was carrying that person to put inside
Okay.
the car.
Okay. Well, comrade, unfortunately, your network is not very good out there, but at least.
Because I was at checkpoint.
Who was at the checkpoint?
From checkpoint today, it's not a far distance, so I could make my way there with one Okada man.
Okay. So you left Victoria, got to the scene of the accident before the police, who have a checkpoint a few meters from there, got there.
Checkpoint, you know where check my phone.
Correct, my 4 checkpoint, okay, which is I believe is less than a kilometer. I believe the checkpoint in my 4 is less than a kilometer from where the accident happened, isn't it?
Yes, that's it. So I could accept them with a skinner, with a bike man, what we call an Okada.
Did any ambulance come to the scene? Because I have looked at all the videos. I have taken a look at all the videos. I do not see a single ambulance come to the scene. Was there any?
There was no ambulance there. There was no ambulance that even have. I said it was goodwill people who have their own personal car that have to drop some passengers, the Plando guys, and to carry those children that were wounded, that they can save their life to reach the hospital.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We all saw that in the videos. Unfortunately, this can only happen in a country like La République du Cameroon. Comrades, it was pathetic out there looking at those images, seeing victims of this accident lying there on the floor with no help, with no help. Nobody coming to assist them. And the people who were standing around, there was not much they could do. When things like this happen, you expect ambulance to get to the scene. And this wasn't far away. It's less than, I think, 5 kilometers from Victoria, in less than just about 3 kilometers from Mutengene, and about 4 from Chico and Haibadboya. And the callers are saying throughout, no ambulance came to the scene. Who knows if those who died in the hospitals later would have survived. And that is a country we are fighting for, ladies and gentlemen. It will never end, because your lives do not matter. Most of these people lying there dead wouldn't have died, especially those taken to the hospital who had opportunity to be attended to. They would have survived, perhaps, if they had been taken there timely enough for medical attention. But that is La République du Cameroon, and unfortunately, here at the interim government, we pass our condolences to all the families who became victims of this incident, this accident. We pray that God will comfort all of you and give you the fortitude to live on and know that that is a country in which we live. Don't go away. right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying put. Today, I take you to the battlefields in Ambazonia, where Ambazonian restoration forces have been doing exploits from India to Mbengwe and to Bui County, where La République du Cameroon soldiers have been making the match for their money with Ambazonia restoration forces taking it to them. In Bui, not less than six La République du Cameroon soldiers fell in the hands of the restoration fighters. And we will recall that early this week in Ngaribo, Ambazonia restoration forces took down at least 5 of French Cameroon soldiers in that community. In Indian, we've learned that the Expendables took down at least three French Cameroon soldiers. And in Momo Mbengwe, the restoration forces there are standing up and telling La République du Cameroon, you cannot have any reconstruction in the midst of war. But what does all of this mean? If it means anything, it is this. And the message goes to French Cameroon and their minions in Ambazonia. And the message is that if you thought the war was over, if you thought you were decimating Ambazonia restoration fighters, I can assure you the end is not inside yet. The end isn't inside yet. What you have seen in Kumbo, in those other towns in Kumbo, and then you have Indian in Mbengwe, in Ngaribo, that is in Nkambe. What you have seen there in the past 1 week is only the sign of what lies ahead. You have a long way to go if you think that confrontation, arms can end this war. It isn't going to end it. We have all the time at our disposal to prosecute this war to the end. And we have nothing to lose. We've lost enough already. If you think that over 30,000 people killed are not enough to keep us fighting, to encourage us to keep on fighting, I don't know what you think. If you think that over 200,000 refugees aren't enough to keep us fighting, then I don't know what you think. If you think that over 400 settlements burnt down by your soldiers aren't enough to motivate us to keep on fighting, I don't know what you think will motivate us. Nothing at this moment is going to give us a setback. It may take more years than we thought, but we will stay in there and stand in there until we sit at that negotiation table and decide a free and independent Southern Cameroon. I am being joined, ladies and gentlemen, by another comrade who is joining from ground zero to tell us what went on. Now I'd like you to take a look at the images coming from Bui, ladies and gentlemen, where French Cameroon soldiers, they burned down homes. Burned down. Last week they burned down homes. This time they burned down shops. And you can see the images right there on your screen. This is the handiwork of French Cameroon soldiers. The handiwork of French Cameroon soldiers in Kumbo. I understand this is Kumbo Market. This is Kumbo Market you are looking at. The burned down Okada riders' machines, as you can see there, including cars belonging to civilians. When they are confronted by the restoration forces, they vent their anger not on the restoration forces carrying guns like them. They vent their anger on civilians. Ambazonia restoration forces do not ride in cars. They do not have shops in the markets. No, they do not even live in homes anywhere in towns and cities. But look at the homes being burnt down there. Those homes and those cars do not belong to Ambazonia restoration fighters, ladies and gentlemen. But they were avenging the killings meted upon them by Ambazonia fighters. Again, I am joined by one of the comrades joining me from Ground Zero, who has the details of what happened there. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Comrade Chris, and thanks for having me again.
Thank you, sir. Tell us, I believe you can see the screen. I believe you are watching on television or social media, and you can see the images that everybody is seeing. How did it get to this? This was happening. This is Kumbo Market. Am I correct?
Comrade Chris, can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. I can hear you. This is the images we are looking at, the burnt cars and Okada machines. This is in Kumbo Market. Am I correct?
Very correct, Comrade Chris. That's Kumbo Main Market.
Kumbo Main Market.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us, when did this happen?
Before I come to that, I want to extend my sincere condolences to the victims in Moliwe, Motengene Road, and tell the family to be strong and take heart. We are passing through very hard moments, and I really want to extend my condolences to the families and the victims. Secondly, I want to also correct that I am not talking from Ground Zero. From Ground One, I am reporting.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, but I am in very close. I already left Ground Zero. I'm in very close contact with what is happening on the ground.
Okay.
And to come back to your question about what actually happened, it happened on Wednesday, which was the 29th of this month, March. And before the night
terrorists of La République, terrorists, bandits.
They invaded the market at night and broke into shops where they looted and then spent a night in about 3 other shops where they sell mattresses, I think probably looking for comfort. So when it was morning and they were about carrying their stuff, the one they had looted, because you will note that this war is also weighing a lot of them on them, even though they don't want to admit it, but they are surviving through looting. And we will know that a lot of things, because they don't pay their allowances, so they get to all sorts of atrocities, and also in order to survive. So when they got these things, the restoration forces were informed. But some people, when they left the shops where they slept, they hid themselves into some lines in the market, and their target was to get to the restoration forces. It looks like someone informed them that the restoration forces were already informed and they were coming to get to them. These restoration forces that I am talking about are the forces that control the whole of that area under General Talk and Do. So when they arrived, they knew that the military was hiding among the population. So what they did was that they signaled their arrival by shooting guns at the junction, and then the military retaliated. So when the military retaliated, they came out and the battle became so fierce. So backup had to come.
This was happening at night, correct?
No, in the morning now.
In the morning, okay.
In the morning in the morning of Wednesday now, after they had looted, and then we're waiting for the restoration forces, because they hid themselves, and in their mind, they wanted to surprise the restoration forces. So backup was coming from Tobin and Brigade, because you know the whole of those areas, as I said last time, is surrounded by military barracks, and Tobin and Brigade all are about maximum 2 kilometers each, where they have these military forces.
Okay.
So they ran to the scene in order to confront the restoration forces, but the restoration forces led ambush in all the 3 fronts which they were coming from, and they got them all on target. I mean, when you talk even to eyewitnesses, BBH also confirmed that so many of La Republique military men were brought to the hospital. BBH is the Banso Baptist Hospital.
All right.
And apart from those that were injured with critical situations, at least 3 of them died on the spot, and only the helicopter came to ferry them up. We even shared video of the helicopter that came to carry some of their casualties, landing at the Tobin Municipal Stadium, where they have their main barracks and where the administrative offices are. So this is actually what happened.
So you got reports from BBH that so many Cameroon soldiers died. Did they give you the approximate number of those who died at the hospital?
We didn't get the number that died at the hospital. We got only, I wouldn't say we, because other people got information. I got information only of the 3 that died at the scene where they were attacked with the local explosives that were used, and also an RPG was used on them. So the 3 were picked up immediately by an helicopter to the administrative headquarters.
Okay, and no ARF was injured. Am I correct?
We had one that was injured, but it was very light, and he was rushed to the hospital. And you know, BBH has I don't know if to call it a negative image when it concerns the struggle, but they have an incident where some of our RRFs were picked up from BBH by La Republique and taken to company in Tobin. And since then, the ARFs have been avoiding that hospital because of the incident that happened.
Right.
And it didn't even end there. Still that night, because the incident that happened at the main market, the people did not keep their frustration only, and they went to the main town in Kumbu, which is at Squares, which is also about 2 kilometers away, and fired guns against the civilian, where 1 civilian died on the spot and about 6 were injured and taken to the hospital. So that same evening they went again to the BBH, as we are told, in search of these. They claimed they were looking for the restoration forces that was injured, but fortunately he was not taken there. So they didn't find him. So what did they do? They left in the morning of yesterday, which was Thursday, and arrested one of the injured guys who sustained an injury in Squares, but he works at the main market. He has a bookshop. So since his injury was not that much, he was again picked up and taken to an unknown destination. So as we speak, we do not even know where he is.
The house is down.
Okay, tell me about the dynamics in
sorry for yourself.
As a whole.
You are
is it safe to say that the civilians have largely cooperated with the restoration fighters in Cuba? Because as I won't understand how the restoration fighters would go after these invaders early in the morning, as I mean in Kumbu, as we're talking about.
Down.
Yeah, you will bet with me that the issue of burning down this market is not new to La Republique. It's been on the plan for a very, very long time. It started when the military, about 2 years ago, they decided to even create a military base.
This is a military work.
In 2 places at the market.
A military work.
One at the tallest building at the park itself, and one at the northern side
military
towards
work from
Kian Road. There's a junction that joins Kian Road and one that leads to Kaikela, the village of late Cardinal Tumi of blessed memory. So, and this distance is about 500 meters. So there are 2 military bases there.
Down.
And the restoration forces
Oh,
for months.
I'm
to
sorry
get
for
rid of
yourself.
them.
You can see
And they had
you are
to
work.
pack and escape, but they caused enormous
Military
pain
work.
to the people. When this did not work,
Terrorists of La
last
Republique.
year, I think it was on
La
the
Republique
15th of
terrorists.
September,
Bandits.
the mayor, the colonial mayor of Kumbu, he sent out a
Kumba.
communique that
All it has
the
burning
market was
down.
going to be suspended.
Yeah, I saw those communiques. Yeah.
Yes. So, and if you read at the first sorry, are you asking a question?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that I saw the communiques.
Yeah. And if you look at the first communique which he wrote on the 15th of September,
This is a military
telling
work.
the population that the market
From
was
Kumbu.
going to be suspended in 2 weeks. That
military
is from
work,
the
so
30th of September.
Dirty for
There were
cabbage.
7 points he
This is a military
enumerated.
work.
And out of these 7 points,
A military
the
work.
first
So
5 points had just the same message. It is because the market has become a source of income, a source of revenue for the separatist fighters, for Ambazonian terrorists. That was just all that you could see. And because the market itself is also a source of revenue for the CPDM elites, because they have shops everywhere,
Okay.
they brought it on him because that was like taking them out of business. So on the 29th of September, which was a day before the market should have been suspended, it was now the second deputy mayor that was coming out to write on behalf of the mayor to say that the suspension of the closure of the market has been postponed until further notice. You see, the mayor.
So when then did they open the market? Reopen the market?
It was never suspended.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because people agitated and it was never suspended. Then on the 3rd of October now, he came back again to tell them that they have decided that the market is still going to be suspended, but in December, which is December 2022, following what they must have investigated and found out that the market had been a source of income. So their main target is to close the market because they believe that this market is a source of income they call it for the Amba terrorists. That is just what linked to it. And since they didn't succeed, they have been looking for ways in order to stop our civilians from earning their livings, because these elites who send this military to do this, they have all left Kumbu or Bui and are living in Bafoussam, Douala, Yaoundé. So they understand that to them, anyone who still lives in Bui or Kumbu is an accomplice and is working with the Ambazonian forces.
All right. Comrade, thank you very much for this report. Please stay on top of the happenings there, and we'll always get back to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me take you, before I take you into my talking points for the day, let me take you to Momo. That is precisely where they call Mbengwe. Mbengwe happens to be the capital, ladies and gentlemen, the capital of Momo County, and the images that you find on your screen coming from Momo, of course. Ambazonia restoration fighters in Momo taking up La République du Cameroon infrastructure and denying La République du Cameroon so-called reconstruction in the midst of war. In the midst of war, the restoration fighters in Momo have said over their dead bodies would any form of reconstruction take place in Momo in the course of this war. I am being joined. Hello, I'm being joined by Comrade Jackson, who will give us a little insight into what happened in Momo. Comrade, what the images that we see on the screen, the caterpillars burnt down, are these in Mbengwe or what part of Momo, sir?
Hello, Mr. Chris.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. The caterpillars burnt down. Where was this in Mbengwe or which part of Momo place?
Yeah, well, Mbengwe is the headquarters of Momo. So, but that took place along the stretch of road leading from Mbengwe that leads to Njikwa, and part of it at the level of Acha, it branches to Ngi. So it happened somewhere where those caterpillars were parked as they were supposed, as they claimed to be working on the road to Njikwa, as we are told.
Okay. Okay. So,
Yeah,
they were walking on the road to Njikwa. Tell me, isn't this is the month we are in the month of March, and isn't March already in the rainy season?
Okay, you got it right. So, Secretary Chris, this is what this supposedly called elite have been doing to our people. You know, we had the whole of dry season. They did not come up with the propaganda of digging the roads. It is getting to the rainy season. Now, they bring a few caterpillars to come and make the situation of the road terrible. Of course, they did not have any intention of digging the road. They just want to create the impression. Especially, this happened at the backdrop of the senatorial elections that were taking place.
Oh, okay.
But the point is, but the point is, why do you continuously do this thing? And I know that our people are so defenseless in the first place. These people that come up, the mayors and the parliamentarians or whoever do this, our people don't have the opportunity to challenge them, because in the first place, they were never elected. Everybody knows that these people, they were never elected. They just went fueling their names and they became parliamentarians and they became mayors and councillors. So they come to our people and say, okay, we are going to be digging a road to Njikwa and a road to Ngi. But now, at the beginning of the rainy season, who does that? Which part of the world, which engineer in the world will want to dig a road in an equatorial region like ours, in the heart, going to the heart of the rainy season? Of course, they did not want to dig any road. It was just for the fanfare, just for the window dressing, just to create an impression to our people that the government is doing something, and they have been fooling these people over and over, Secretary Comrade Chris.
Yeah. Okay. But we give thumbs up to the restoration fighters in Momo, because you will agree with me, for quite a while now, people have been asking, where are the fighters in Momo? Where are they? I think everybody is excited to see that they are finally back and doing something.
Yeah, I just want to highlight something on that, because we understand that when initially there was a video parading on social media that Efan sent his boys to come and arrest the contractor. So, as usual, they took him and took their money and then let him go. So, what we are seeing for the work that they said they did on those equipments is a direct contrast from the saga that we saw from the ADF forces, which is in direct contradiction to what they did. So we are still trying to figure out what happened, especially with the last event, and to know what happened. But we have both witnessed those images sent by civilians, and they say it is the era of the restoration forces. So, and I mean, they speak for themselves, because the video was quite explicit. So that's where we are.
All right. I hope that you guys in the Momo keep it on, and let the restoration fighters continue to do exploits and bring glory to the people of Momo. Thank you for joining me, sir.
Thank you.
All right. When I come back, ladies and gentlemen, I will take you to my monologue for the day, and that forms the crux of this show. Please don't touch your remote, but make sure also as you stay put, continue hitting your share button. I'm coming back with my talking point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again at this moment I bring you my talking point for the day, which I titled a special message to all the so-called Anglophone senators and parliamentarians. I seek to question who they represent in Ambazonia. About 2 weeks ago, La République du Cameroon continued her political encroachment into Ambazonia by conducting an illegal election to make believe they still have power and control over Ambazonia, that the interim government didn't want to stop or confront them wasn't by any means an endorsement of the election exercise. Far from it. Drawing from previous experiences, we knew that stopping them or not wasn't going to make any difference because, like it or not, the results were already arranged and waiting only to be announced. That is, they knew the results. They knew who was going to win well before the elections were even conducted. But our point of concern here isn't so much that La République du Cameroon conducted the elections in our territory. How else did you expect them to prove they are still contending over ownership of Ambazonia if they stop the elections? Isn't that what colonizers do? They never let go, not until some treaty is reached that formally draws the red line. Our focal point, our vexation lies in the conduct of born and bred Ambazonians calling themselves senators who went out contending for political positions in a foreign country and for a foreign government, the government of La République du Cameroon. The government that has for 6 years presided over the slaughter of over 30,000 in our territory. The government that has massacred and buried our people in mass graves. The government that has been as barbaric as frying children to death. The government that has for 6 years and counting deprived our children of a sound educational system, taking away our legal system, and destroyed all the infrastructure inherited from the colonial occupation of the Germans and the British. throughout our 6 years, throughout our 60 years of attempting to cohabit with Cameroon, the Anglophone parliamentarian, as they would like to call it, and of course until recently, their senators, they have no value and bring no value in both parliamentary chambers, made up of 99% Francophones. Anglophones have had 2 speakers of their National Assembly so far. First, Solomon Tandeng Muna was Speaker of the House for decades, and he was followed by Fonka Shang Lawrence. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what difference did they make? Zero. ST Muna was told again and again that his own ring road to Mbengwe will be tarred. But ask Mbengwe people today, and they will say the only thing Muna brought to Mbengwe was the best prison in that part of the country. Equally, Fonka Shang Lawrence was promised the famous Bamenda Ring Road leading to his own hometown. Today, decades after, the Ring Road thing still remains a project. It was indeed during their time, that la République du Cameroon depleted most of our values and resources. It was during their time that we lost the National Produce Marketing Board, the Public Works Department, WADA, Nanga Company, Niba Automobile, Tico Airport, Victoria Seaport, Bali, and Bisongabang Airports. And you can go on and name the rest. The list is long, as you know. If speakers of this house were once Anglophones, that is the name they call us, and for decades in that matter, and all they did was preside over the liquidation of Ambazonia as we know it, what difference does anyone think today that a few hand-picked senators and parliamentarians left there are going to overturn what has been done? Nothing. Let me make it very clear to all of you today that Ambazonians have no representation in Yaoundé's Senate and Parliament. We declared our independence in 2017, September 2017, and cut off all ties with la République du Cameroon. We went further to ban all their political activism in our country. Ambazonia no longer has any connection, political connection with Yaoundé or Cameroon. We consider them just neighbors. Nothing else. Nothing else. For those in the international arena who suppose that ours is a rebellion to capture or overthrow the regime in Yaoundé, that is far from the truth. That we are dismissing and disowning any presence of Ambazonian politicians in that country should speak volumes to anyone who thinks that we are set out to overthrow the regime in Yaoundé. We do not contend for power in Yaoundé. We do not contend for shared governance either. We do not seek for control over an inch of la République du Cameroon's territory. We are not jealous of their government and leaders, of course not. We've never dreamt of a coup d'etat. We want nothing more than a free and independent Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. And that is all we are asking for today, for 6 years and counting. In fact, if anything, the only overthrow being sought after is from Cameroon, from Yaoundé. They sought to overthrow the wishes of the overwhelming population of Ambazonia, who demand to have their country back. And so, They lock up and seek to lock up every day leaders and advocates of a free and independent Ambazonia. If the senators and parliamentarians now parading the place as representing Ambazonian in Yaoundé had the will and the powers to bring about much needed justice, we would be pushing them to go ahead and to save Ambazonia. No, they are not up to that. The problem with these senators and parliamentarians is fundamental. Fundamental. From the day the House of Assembly in former West Cameroon was dissolved and everything booted to Yaoundé, we lost representation in everything Cameroon. You did not have to question them because from the day the thing moved over to Yaoundé, everything became appointment against election. And that means they have never represented you because you didn't vote for them. They were appointed. They won elections without votes and served for eternity without any opposition. That moment is over. However, it is time to return to the Southern Cameroon's House of Assembly. That is what the people want. The people of the Southern Cameroons, that's what they want. If the senators and parliamentarians can gather the fortitude to return to Boya and resurrect our National Assembly, they would have merited a transitional mandate, but without the courage to do so, and for continuing to serve the interests of our slave master and colonizer, we say to hell with all of you. Every senator or parliamentarian from the Mongo to Inkambe who goes on parading his or herself as representing the Southern Cameroons in a foreign country, in La République du Cameroon, is a usurper. They can just as well take up constituencies in La République du Cameroon. May I remind them that they will be stoned and arrested if found in Ambazonia because the people did not elect them. The people did not choose them. Every senator or parliamentarian parading around in the name of Anglophones is an enabler, a blackleg, an accomplice for the enemy. We are not Anglophones. We are not no-so either. We are the former British Southern Cameroons. We are Ambazonians. Wherever these senators call home, if those homes are anywhere found in Ambazonia, they should be denied them. They should be denied them. Ambazonia restoration fighters in every county should remain vigilant and give no access to these traitors to the cause. The restoration fighters should make sure they remain in Yaoundé. The senators and parliamentarians remain in Yaoundé, die in Yaoundé and buried in Yaoundé. If we had courageous representatives, courageous senators and parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, people's representatives in the order of Joseph Weber and Awudu Cyprian, perhaps our case would be different today. Joseph Weber refused to sit in a house that kills and buries his own people, and you call them to their faces. Awudu Cyprian refused to remain in a house that presides over the disintegration of his own heritage. Not afraid of death and arrest, He went around tearing down La République du Cameroon's colonial vestiges, colonial signs in Bamenda and Boya before walking away from that entrapment called Senate in Parliament. Since Weber and Awudu called their bluff and walked away, worse things have since happened under the watchful supervision of those so-called Ambazonian senators or parliamentarians still there. Under their watch, we have seen over 400 settlements of our people burned down by Cameroon. Close to 50,000 of our people killed. Over 150,000 refugees languish in foreign lands all over West and Central Africa. 800,000 displaced from their homes. Students have been deprived of education for a war they didn't provoke. Mothers continue to bury their children and bury their husbands, and vice versa. And you will think that their so-called representatives, senators, parliamentarians are there to hold their killers to account. No, of course not. The representatives are busy positioning themselves for the next dispensation in Cameroon politics. They are busy canvassing for motions of support for Frank Beer. I challenge all these so-called senators and parliamentarians, the Ebela Mokis, Tabe Tando, Ntube Agnes, Mosongo Ernestine, Ote Andrew, Lekunzi Andreas, Papinatu Fonderson, Lafon Epsi Eno, Emmanuel Banta, Neighbor Bridget, Enwe Francis, Kobenge Sekedi, Hida Aluma, and Carl Moses. Can any of you, I mean, of course, those of you who have been there for years, can you give us reason why you should be allowed free passage in Ambazonia? Can any one of them show us a single private member's bill that sought to address the current war and the indignities meted upon our people by the colonial regime in Yaoundé? Not a single one of them. None. In 7 years of war, have you seen any parliamentarian who can boast of a bill tabled before Parliament demanding redress for the killings and decapitation of the Southern Cameroons? None. Is there a single senator or parliamentarian who has called for simple investigations into the killings in their own constituencies? How about a simple petition to human rights groups, the African Union, the Commonwealth, and the United Nations demanding sanctions against La République du Cameroon's aggression? None. So then, how do these people really represent you with this level of indifference? And do you say they are your representatives? Even those of you who are not in this independent movement, you call them your representatives? In societies where the people's representatives truly work for them, these ones passing for representatives would long have been recalled. But since, given the circumstances, we cannot recall them because we did not vote for them, we must all, therefore, consider them as impostors, traitors, blacklegs, and enablers, and treat them exactly the way impostors should be treated. All of them, and I mean all of them, are your neighbors. Again, they are all your neighbors. Going forward, you should never allow them come close to you. If you do, you will have to pay for their sins and yours too. They are banished from Ambazonia. All La République du Cameroon political activities have been banished too. We will fight for ourselves. And when it is all over, we will again legalize political activism. And then, and only then, decide who will represent us. Not in Yaoundé, but in Boya. Until then, we have no representation, not in Yaoundé and not in La République du Cameroon. Ladies and gentlemen, that was my talking point for the day. I am now being joined by Mark Barretta and Barrister Chumasang Martin and Sango Louis. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here. Mark, let me start with you. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm fine, Comrade Chris. Thanks for bringing me on. I'm doing well. And greetings to all fellow Ambazonians, those on Ground Zero, and my big condolences to all Ambazonians who died today in Molue, Fako County. My regards also to my fellow comrades, those who have joined this panel to talk about the so-called Anglophones who are traitors to the spirit of Ambazonia. Thank you again very much, Comrade Chris.
Thank you very much. Do me a favor, if you can bend your camera slightly, and the same thing to Comrade Barrister Martin, if you can bend your camera slightly down. Awesome. All right, Mola Sango, it's been a long time, sir. Great to see you. You look more handsome from the last time I saw you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Chris. First of all, I express my deepest sympathies to our school children who lost their life in Molue. It is such a travesty. I lack words to express those feelings. However, I'm happy to be in your show. Yes, I am been very busy. That's why I have not been coming up. One thing I would like to say is that, excuse me, when we have a situation like the one you just demonstrated about our senators, there's something which is very interesting to me, because sometimes people don't learn from history. When our folks walked out of the house of this Enegu, the reason they did that was because they saw some discrepancies of what was being done, demonstrated in Southern Cameroon back then. And I think it was a foregone conclusion when they walked out that gave us leverage over a kind of political impasse. And I think our senators have not learned a lesson. They have not learned the history, how we became our own nation. If they can only reflect on what happened when we annexed Nigeria for administrative reasons, that's exactly, this would have been a foregone conclusion. It would have been over. But unfortunately, they didn't learn from history. And most of them are history students. I would also say one thing. When you do one thing, Comrade Chris, when you do one thing over and over and over, that gives you the same results. I'm sure you guys have heard this over and over. Then, to the point you become less. It's like you're not learning from what you have done that gives you the same results. You are insane. And I think our senators, our politicians in that part of our country, Ambazonia, they don't learn. And it's so sympathetic that they don't learn from history.
Absolutely. Hold on there, Comrade Barrister Martin. I still can only see your head. Bend down your camera. There you go. There you go. That is a little better. Hold it there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are talking about. The faces you have on the screen. These are the so-called Anglophone. I don't call them Ambazonian. They are Anglophone senators. They represent those who are still Anglophones. Anglophones in the southern Cameroons, those who still want us to remain unequally yoked with La République du Cameroon. You find them there on the first row on top. You find all of those from the northern zone, and bottom row you find all of those from the southern zone. These are people who have never petitioned La République du Cameroon for a single day. They have never petitioned La République du Cameroon for a single day for 6 years. 6 years and counting of this struggle. And everything, our people keep on protesting. We have thousands upon thousands of Ambazonians, Southern Cameroon, for them they call it Anglophones, locked up in Yaoundé, in Boya, in Douala, in Bafoussam, Bunda, Bamenda, Bansol, and all over the place. Not a single of the so-called representatives have filed a single petition to say you can't lock up people for speaking their minds. They have never. Our people have protested day in and day out. Just look at, for example, look at this. The accident that took place, my fall, Moliwe Road today. You would think that one of their parliamentarians or senators, Mbela Moki or Ernestine Wu, will rush there to say, what is going on here? No, of course, they do not. It doesn't concern them. All that they do is sit in Yaoundé and swallow funds meant for their constituencies from La République du Cameroon. Look at all these people, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me, how do they represent you? How do they represent you? They don't represent us. Which is why I am saying to you today, from this day forward, Ambazonia Restoration Forces have the powers to pick them up and keep them in the gulags, perhaps until this war is over. If they are not with us, they are against us. That's exactly what it is. Because there is no reason why we should ban all Cameroon political activities in our territory, and these ones are sneaking out, going out under the night, and trying to campaign to stand for some nonsense elections. ST Mona was there for decades. Fonka Shang was there. What did they bring? Under them, we were colonized and our resources raped. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the people. I hope that you note their faces. We're going to put up these images, this poster on the ABS website, so you can download it and keep it close to you. Those of you on ground zero, they should never come close to your communities. When they come close to your communities, make sure that the restoration fighters in your communities identify them. Make sure the fighters identify them whenever they come close to the communities. But let me go to Barrister Martin. Barrister Martin, sir, I don't know whether your microphone is on. It doesn't appear like your microphone is on. Can you speak? All right, your microphone is not on. Your microphone is not on. Can you try to log out and log back in right away? Let me get to Mark Barita. Mark Barita, please. Tell me if I'm right or wrong in my assertion that these people are unwanted in Ambazonia.
Chris, every single Ambazonian is aware that these men and women who are there thinking that they are representing Ambazonia, they are representing themselves. They are very much aware of this very important fact that they are not talking for Ambazonians. You know, they are there for themselves, they are there for their families, and for them it is a job. You know, without that they won't have food on their tables. Without doubt they won't have a living. But they are doing that at the expense of a people. They are doing that at the expense of those who have been murdered, thousands of people who have been murdered and killed, gone before us, marked with the sign of faith. So of course, yes, these people, they are the very ones who continue to give French Cameroon, who continue to give Cameroon and Paul Biya and the rest some form of legitimacy over Ambazonia. That is why most of them, if not all, they are based out of their so-called constituency. They are living out of the so-called constituency, and because of the nature of the elections of the senators, they bundled their friends, they bundled the people of CPD and cabal to sit in a secure location, and were handpicked to represent Ambazonians. But we are at war. We're at war, and as far as the people of Amazon are concerned, they have not seen any benefits of the so-called senators. They have not seen any benefits of the state, because for the many years that we've been fighting, they have done nothing. We have not seen any communique from them to condemn what has been happening, to even preach or call for genuine negotiation between the government of Cameroon and the people of Ambazonia. So they are there to, in fact, they are an extension of the annexation. They're an extension of what Paul Biya is doing in Cameroon. And Paul Biya is using them, is using them to show the world that these people still want to be with us. These people are still part of Ambazonia. That is why they are very dangerous. That is why these so-called senators are very, 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 very dangerous. In fact, before French Cameroon military, they are the first enemy line. They are the first line that we need to take out. They are the first line of people that we need to take out from the face of any political activities. Because, you know, like my senior that he just said, Amazonians walked out of the Enugu House of Assembly because they saw that things were not going on as much as they wanted. But as who call themselves parliamentarians, sometimes or senators, they sit there doing nothing, and for so many years, nothing. You can't even tell. You ask a single Amazonian that who is a senator, who is a parliamentarian, they won't even know, because they are out of touch of the reality. So yes, they are traitors. They are the number one traitors. We are targeting. I used to say those who are enablers of French Cameroon, those who work with French Cameroon military or government one way or the other to stop the liberation agenda. We have to treat them in the same way that we treat French Cameroon military, because they are in fact military targets. They are military targets. And anywhere that our restoration forces come across these so-called individuals, they have to treat them in the same way that they would treat the French Cameroon military, because they're the people who will give a bad name to our people who maybe tell the French, the English, and those out to think that we still want to be part of this illegal, fake, and non-existent union. So I think going forward, we need to come out with a policy, with a strategy that will obliterate these vandals away from the face of Ambazonia. And you can face Ami.
Thank you. I think Comrade Martin is back with the audio now. The camera is having a little distortion of him, so ladies and gentlemen, that is not the way his head looks like. Thank you. Wonderful. Good. It's cutting your head a little. Yeah, right there is good. Okay, leave it there. So, Comrade Martin, you've listened to the talking point that I put out there. We've had these so-called Anglophone senators and parliamentarians year in, year out, from the days of S.T. Mona to Fonka Shang Lawrence to today. We don't have anything to show for representation in Yaoundé. When we declare our independence, these people are still parading themselves as representing Ambazonia. Tell me, is there any argument for continuous representation in Yaoundé?
Comrade Chris, these guys, most of them have never been voted by anybody. So they are not even accountable to us. Most of their existence is through patronage and through Yaoundé. So they are accountable and there for the interests of Yaoundé. When we were advised that for us to move ahead, our parliamentarians should leave the parliament and come back. That is a short way of getting independence. When we contacted them, they were asking leaving to what? A senator or a parliamentarian, if you add with his constituency allowances, makes like $1 million a month. They are asking, you will leave $1 million a month, come to what? Bandam claimed at one time he resigned when a population went to his house. He said he has resigned. At the end of the month, he's still collecting the 1 point something million from the parliament. So at the end of the day, he cancelled the resignation and stayed there before he ended up dying. So that is the one of the reasons they are giving, that there's no alternative. You don't take a guy who earns $1 million a month and tell him to resign. He has nowhere to go. The second one, which some of them have given, is that they are scared of their lives. If you leave that parliament and stay in Cameroon, you've challenged the system and they'll take you out. So some of them says we are still there for our own safety. So all of them bring all kinds of excuses to be there. But you see the parliamentarians, most of them useless. I'll give you like Kemende, the senator. He was a senator before he got killed because he was challenging a line of budget which some big shots were putting in their pocket. He used his own money to clean some benches for the courts in Bamenda because the chairs were terrible. Many benches, maybe more than hundreds. He now wanted to offer the benches to the courts. Can you believe that the Minister of Justice says that they should not accept the benches? The guy was stranded with the benches. If a parliamentarian cannot even give benches to a court in his constituency, the Minister of Justice, I think they felt embarrassed. They said no, they should not accept the benches. He was thinking of looking for some school to even give it to before they end up killing him. Before they send people in Yaoundé to come and kill him because of a budget he was challenging, which I think Zogo was still killed for the same reason for that budget item. So these guys are not there for our interest. They are there for their interest. They are soldiers of fortune, making their $1 million a month. They cannot see the alternative to come back, and they don't care. Most of them now will be appointed. They will be serving the guy appoints them. Either the guy who rigged the election for them to be there or who appoints them. So, Comrade Chris, what do you expect from these guys? We never voted them. They will not serve our interests.
Well, now what do you think of the examples of Joseph Weber and Awudo Cyprian, who walked away from that parliament and called a bluff of it? Are they not examples that should be copied today?
No, such examples, they can only be meaningful if there are many, if there are majority of all of them. But if one person, one person or two people, it means nothing. First of all, you have to understand that La Republic has no shame. If all our senators should leave that parliament, Biya will appoint new Anglophones as senators. It means nothing to him. And people will accept it to be getting their 1 million. So living there even means nothing. They just make a decree, appoint you guys, and the next day they are in the chamber. What will you do? You complain, go up, come down, say they are illegitimate, they are illegal. They are there. They are making their money and the government is going on with its business. The system is rotten from the very foundation. So I don't even think we should be concentrating. We're concentrating on our firepower on the ground. These guys there or not there, they are inconsequential now. I just consider them as part of the system which we are fighting against. So I don't expect the system to be favoring me by moving out or by championing for 7 years, Comrade Chris, they've not discussed the war. The parliament has not allowed them to discuss the Anglophone crisis.
But
this is the major thing that...
Hold on there. When you say the parliament has not allowed them, who told you they put a bill and parliament rejected it?
No, parliament, you have to accept the thing. Parliament publishes the things, the topics for discussion for every session. It has never come up, and I've seen at least I've seen an SDF.
Because none
I've
of
seen
them
an
has
SDF
put up a bill. If you know of anyone,
no, I've seen
because go on.
Comrade, please, I've seen an SDF parliamentarian insisting that parliament should allow them to discuss the Anglophone crisis. I've heard that with my own ears. Therefore, parliament is preventing them by one means or another. because they are saying that they should be allowed. If nobody is preventing you, why would you be asking that be allowed? Everybody heard what the vice president of useless SDF saying that.
Come with Tumasa.
Yes.
Go on, Mike.
There is power in unity. I understand perfectly the angle you are coming from about the state in which they found themselves. But if all these CPDM senators, let me focus on CPDM senators and parliamentarians who are the majority in parliament. If they come together with one word, with one statement, with one agenda to this, it is because each person is just doing his or her own stuff. So there is power in unity. So they cannot and keep saying that it's their life or so. No. It is. I understand where they find themselves, and again, it's because most of them they have that as their own job. They don't have a profession or a job that they rely on that. Yes, but if all of them can come together, they have not done that.
But talking about their jobs and
Chris, I think. Sorry, let me just answer Mark. Can I just answer Mark?
All right, go on, please.
Please, Mark, you are making a fundamental mistake. These CPDM guys are not beholden to you. You never voted them in. They are appointed by Yaoundé or brought in by Yaoundé. They are there for Yaoundé's interest. Yaoundé's interest is not for this thing to be discussed and nothing. Why do you expect somebody put by Yaoundé to turn around and start doing something for your favor? Did you put him there?
Yeah, let me just chip in.
Sango, go on. Then you come after.
Yeah, I was just trying to chip in with what Cromie just said. Just recently I was on a website, where one of our representatives, the so-called senator, was to be voted, and the moderator of that forum was asking for a appeal for everybody to vote for Senator Ote. And I said to myself, okay, excuse me, don't you have members have the right to vote who they want to vote? And you cannot make a choice of one individual when you don't have two. So basically, they are there already senators. There is nothing you can do to change the status quo. It's like there is nothing you can do about it. But that's not how democracy works. Democracy works as a result of equal representation. There must be two individuals who have to be on the ballot. They will make a choice. So how can we be making a choice of one individual, whereas they're supposed to be two individuals? So basically, they are there for their best interest. They are not the interest of the people they represent. Most of them, I was thinking, would have been very altruistic. People who don't care about themselves. They care about what is to the best interest of the community or the people who represent. On the contrary, they only represent themselves and their immediate families. That's not how democracy works. And I think this thing should come to a screeching halt. We should have a nation of our own.
Absolutely. Mark, you wanted to make a point before Sango came in.
No, the point, Comrade Chris, I keep repeating that you cannot go into a system.
But Mr. Martin, hold on. Mike wanted to make a point before you.
Okay. But I was saying that yes, like you mentioned, we didn't put them there. Ambazonians didn't vote them there. But the fact that they are there claiming to represent our people, it slows our liberation agenda. It gives another message to the international community that look, you have people in Yaoundé who are representing you. You're
right.
Who are you? So we are fighting from two ends. Yes, We didn't put them there. You know that politics is all about perception. Perception. You know, yes, we didn't put them there, but they are playing over they're having a great impact. If you don't know, they have an impact. And that is why we need to slow that impact. We need to cut off that impact that they have.
What is that?
I keep still making this point that whoever put them there, their essence there is to prevent you, Ambazonia, from going forward. That is the very reason they put them there, for them to be blocking you and to be giving the impression that you are being represented. That is their mandate. Their mandate is to frustrate you. And you turn around and you are saying the guy who's put there to frustrating you, to frustrate you, is actually frustrating you. Is that not the reason he's there?
Wait, what you say? Yeah, Mark, go on.
Sorry, am I speaking or somebody else?
Mark, go on.
What do we do? What do we do?
Well, I think we should just.
What do you do, Mark? What do? You fight the war. You fight the war and throw the guy who is putting them there.
But I thought I made this. I gave the solution here. I said they should not be seen anywhere in Ambazonia because they do not represent any Ambazonian. They cannot keep on leaving the territory, living in Yaoundé, coming back during election and telling us we are electing them. They should not be allowed to stay. They have to go to Yaoundé's parliament or senate. They should stay in Yaoundé and maybe own the constituencies of Ambazonians who live in Yaoundé and Douala and all of La République du Cameroon.
That is part of the war I'm talking about. We fight the war. The extent and boundaries of the war, you define it as you go.
Correct.
Comrade Chris, define it as you want, but that is part of the war.
Sango, it seems you want to say something.
No, I was just reflecting on what you were saying. I think when he says we should fight the war, I think what he's saying, we must be persistent, because it's persistence and determination that can make us achieve our goals. We should not, for whatever reason, stop our efforts, stop our hopes.
Because you see, comrade, the perception out there is that with the senatorial elections, I believe they're going to be having parliamentary elections maybe soon too, I don't know when, and then of course presidential elections. The perception out there is that things are slowly getting back to normality and Ambazonians are actually electing their representatives. That is a perception that anybody who lives out of our territory feels. And yet, if we do not stand up and chase out, I mean literally chase out, stone these people out of Ambazonia, they are the ones trading us for their own families. Mark.
Come on, Chris.
Yes, Mark, go on.
Yes, I think I will also agree with Barrister Thomas Angie. You see, he said something, fight the war, and I think we can flow it from this other angle. If our boys, excuse me to use the word our boys, if our heroes, our fighters, you know, if we in the diaspora continue to fund the work consistently, continue to get our actions right, continue to collaborate in the right way with the fighters on the ground, and if all the 13 counties are getting up, that is an indirect way to shut the mouth of these guys who have been put there to represent us. And that means we make the communities, make the areas as hot, as very hot as such that they cannot even step foot. Now we've done that, but it is true that in some cities, French Cameroon is getting grabbed. That is a fact. Mm-hmm. And they are trying to extend their tentacles into our stronghold. So yes, While we recognize that these senators are there, who are taking a so-called to represent us, we on our part, we have to make sure that we continue to make the ground as hot as possible. To bring our actions together to ensure that areas where we are slowing, we hit it up, fight the war, be consistent. And when we are consistent, these so-called status parliamentarians, they will have no voice, like they have not been before.
Mark, don't you think we've already done so? Because you look at it in the past 2 years, what we have not done is go after these particular so-called parliamentarians and senators, though many of them live out of their constituencies, but we really haven't focused on going after them as individuals. Why shouldn't we be focused on doing that now?
But Chris, let me
Comrade Chris, just to chip in.
Yes,
go on.
Go on, Barrister.
Just to chip in something on this. Secretary Chris, Comrade Chris, you remember that evidence came out that Bandam paid 10 million to be allowed to campaign during an election in Momo. Do you still remember that evidence that came out?
Yes,
So some of these guys, they had been tolerated for financial reasons. This war should be all-encompassing. Both blacklegs and enablers and the guys who's holding the gun, they are all part of the same pot. So when I say fight the war, however you define it, it includes everything you are talking about, Comrade Chris.
I get you.
It's because we've been carefree. These things should have been done long time ago.
No, I agree with you that some of the problems can be found within us, the fighting forces. That you have forces on the ground who would prefer to take money from these people and allow them run their campaigns. Only a few days ago, we learned that ADF forces picked up La République du Cameroon workers on Mbengui Road, decided to take money and let them go. We also learned, I think only a week ago, Sagat picked up La République du Cameroon uniformed men, took money, let them go. This is what we are talking about, isn't it, Barita?
Yeah, it's that. Even Mrs. Mundi paid. It's a catch and pay, and it pay and go. So what you did, you catch somebody, just look for money, give you and go carry on with the same mission. They don't repent. They just know that you are an inconvenience. We can give him a few 1 or 2 million and let it think.
Well, I think that's a very dangerous practice. I mean, you can't love two masters at the same time. Either you love one or hate the other. For those who are in the practice of getting money from these enablers, I think they are not helping this cause to move forward, successfully. So basically, I don't know the answer to how we can check these individuals who are traitors, because to be a traitor in a movement such as this, it is a slippery slope.
Yes, Mike, you wanted to come in there.
I was saying that the truth is that there's a lot of things going on the ground, and many of our fighting forces are now doing things on their own accord, and in some way we've lost that connection, that touch. And that is why, for all the conferences that has been called, it is imperative that we really do come together as one, not as two different people, to get our act together. And as Ambazonians, we are still very soft when it comes to our people, whether those in government or those in those who are so-called representing us. We still have this soft touch with them, because when we get them, they're going to speak 1 or 2 language, English, and say, well, you are my this. And what Barrister said, it's true. Most of these politicians, they pay their dues, in quote, through black means, to those some of the groups down there, so that they can have their way and do do things. That is why we really need to unite, collaborate our strategies, our efforts to make sure that we bring this thing to an end. And bringing it to an end means fighting a war and coming out with a specific strategy on how to tackle these enablers or senators. We don't need to put out there our strategies on what we need to do. In fact, the truth is, we will not done something very hard to show an example. Because if one of the groups, if they have shown an example on any so-called Anglophone ministers or parliamentarians or senators, trust me, the rest will not even have the means to even bribe a talk. But so we need to put our acts together.
But Mark, let me
just to add something. Okay, sorry.
Mark, I'd like to ask you.
Just to add something.
Hold on,
just to add something on what Comrade Mark is saying. Comrade, please, the great problem we have in this struggle is we are not angry enough. Angry enough.
Yeah.
Even Thibaut Nagy said that our anger is not enough. If you see, when they said they should move against francophones, people dilly-dally had they were not angry. Right. That one died. Sorry?
We are still very soft. Soft.
And to that point, Mark, let me ask you this, because you have made the case here of we not doing enough and our fighting forces and leadership deviating, and you're talking about the need for unity. We all agree about that. We have preached that. One problem that I have, especially with activists like you, is that you don't call out those who are perpetuating this deviation in the movement. I give you a typical example where my phones have been undaunted with calls from people in Bamenda and Benguil asking me, do something about the shutdown of Mbengui Road. I have not heard a single activist come out to ask the ADF, AGOVC, Cho Ayaba, why are you shutting down the road against the people, and the Cameroon military as using that road? Yet the civilians are not allowed to use that road. You activists do not call out these things. Sagat is out there picking up the Cameroon army and possibly taking his money and handing them back. We see them taking money from ADF, taking money from these Caterpillar conductors in Mbengui and letting them go. It is happening all over the place, not just in these two places. The activists are not speaking truth to power.
Well, I think, Comrade Chris, I think we need...
hold on, Sango, let Barretta respond, and I come to you, please.
Yes, Comrade Chris. Now, you can't just group all the activists. I'll single out one of these activists who has been out there for days now talking. Comrade Fabiano Deco. He is one of those.
You are very correct. Fabiano is an exception. He does a great job.
Yeah, he does a great job to call it out, to speak out. And recently, the most recent one that we are hearing is about Momo, where we have ADF fighters. I use the word extorting money from our people on gunpoint. Yesterday on Twitter, unfortunately I'm not on Facebook. I made a statement and I called out and I said, listen, liberation tax in principle is something good, but it has to be coordinated. It has to be done in such a way that it benefits the community, it benefits the liberation, not people getting liberation tax, hiding, not fighting. Then once it is time, they come out to collect money during market days, then run back. When military comes, they run. That is what the ADF regiment in Momo are doing, and I was clear about that. And of course, true, the ADF leadership, the AGOVC leadership, the Choyaba who heads AGOVC, the Benedict Nkwo who heads the ADF, and both of them, with their henchman, Capo Daniel, they need to take responsibility. They need to act. If the fighters on the ground, if you claim that you are a leader of a movement, you are a leader and you are in touch with your fighters, if they do wrong, then leadership takes the blame. And I think, and I've said it over that, I think Dr. Cho Ayaba has not been forthcoming in condemning this action, and that is the frustration that most Ambazonians have. Even myself, that is the frustration that most people have. For people to come out clearly to fix this issue, and we're hearing conferences is coming out that the conveners are calling, and that is why I appreciate Comrade Fabiano Deco, who has been out there very forcefully talking about these things. So it is across the land. We have fighting forces in Bui who are doing a tremendous job. We have others in other areas who are doing a tremendous. So we have to congratulate them. But what I'm saying is, as all of us, activists or not, we really need to get our act together. Because listen, we are only 7 years into this war. It could take us again another years. This war is ours. It's ours to win. We have all the legal basis, financial basis, every justification to engage and fight this war. And to win
Thank you, Mike. I think you have vindicated yourself.
Can I jump in here, please?
All right, please.
Can I jump in? Mark, I would disagree with you. I will start. First of all, you mentioned Fabiano, that he's doing a wonderful job. Fabiano is a disaster on this struggle. Fabiano spends all the time condemning one part of our struggle, one group after the other. He never mentions fights against La République du Cameroon. La République has so many problems. How many of their activists go around condemning them or condemning their group? You think if somebody spends his whole life talking against Comrade Chris, he's helping this struggle? You think if somebody spends his whole life talking about Sako, he's helping this struggle, or spend his whole life talking about idiot? The guy is a disaster. He just wastes his time, keep showing our weaknesses to the world. He doesn't address the main problem, that is La République. He is the worst activist you people have there. That is the first point. Second point is the issue of taxation that this Fabiano has been going on and on. There is nothing wrong with the concept of taxation. When we were poorer, even in colonial days, our cattle was taxed. They used to call it Jangali tax. For the elder people here who know what was happening, our people never even had a source of income. They were taxing them. They used to call it poll tax. So to say that people are poor, you cannot tax them, I think it's just rubbish. Secondly, when you go even in international law, you want to show that you are in control of a territory, you've liberated and controlled it, you have to show administration. If they come and say you guys were controlling the territory, ADF can remove the tax receipts and show that we were effective in our administration, we've been controlling this territory. He can remove attendance of community schools and show. What can anybody else show? That we have effectivity. In international law, when there is a dispute on a territory, the thing that is supreme is a treaty claim. If a treaty claim is not there, then they go to what they call effectivities. Nigeria almost won Bakassi because Nigeria showed that we were the one collecting the taxes for years. We were the one who did the census. We were the one who did the vaccinations. We were the ones who did, people carry out part in our elections. So there were effectivities on our side. The only reason we won Bakassi is our claim was treaty-based. And in international law, treaty-based is above effectivities. ADF is showing effectivities on the ground. They are claiming that we liberated the territory and we are administering it. So why is everybody complaining? We should be doing that.
Mr. Tumasan,
yes.
We cannot win the war. We cannot a minute, please. But we cannot win the war and lose the people. Right. We are not saying that liberation tax is not right. I have before the manner in which when you say that the tax is too high. When you say when you use a gun at gunpoint to ask our people to before they even bury their loved ones to pay money, when you use a gun to ask, see, people when this revolution started, our communists They were raising money. They were bringing food. They were giving food to the fighters without them even asking. And most of these forces, they have deviated from the concept of the people's revolution. So when you harass our people to pay taxes, should come freely. You make the policies, let the people pay. And the people are not seeing the benefit. When the music comes,
nowhere in the world are taxes freely done. Nowhere in the world are taxes.
Gentlemen, there is something here. We're missing a point here. I was just trying to piggyback on one of the points that I think Comrade Matt gave, which is one of consistency. Now, if you're not consistent with what you want, it will come a hard way before you get it. Consistency actually determines how efficient you are actually carrying out an activity. So if our activists are devoid of consistency, then it's a very difficult thing for us, for all of us. It doesn't serve us very well. So I would advocate that all of our activists should be very consistent with what they do. The advocacy, to promote this struggle, it should be a point of consistency, without which I think they are failing us woefully.
I disagree with Barrister Tumasang. I believe strongly what the ADF is doing in Momo, Batibo, Guzang, and all those communities. It is extortion. It is not control. You don't take money from people from a territory that you have not occupied. French Cameroon soldiers are still there. French Cameroon colonial deals are still there. Why can't they push them out, take over administration, levy the people to run the government there? What they are doing now is extortion, it's not control.
Comrade Chris, on that point, ADF has been very consistent to say that we have liberated territories where we are in control and we are running them.
Yeah, but
whether it's true or not,
Barrister, do you call that a liberated territory? Where you still have colonial divisional officers, you still have gendarmes, you still have their mayors, you still have their police. Do you call that liberated territory? What do you define? How do you define a liberated territory?
It's not liberated. It cannot be liberated.
I'm saying that listen, there are certain territories where you have mixed people, gendarmes come and go. But to be honest, there are certain territories where a military man has not passed there for the past 2-3 years. In some villages,
but that is not the case. That is not the case. I mean, if you were saying so, if you say so, we would say almost about 85% of Libyalam has been liberated. Because do you know how many villages and towns are out there in Libyalam? Where do you have they don't have a mayor, not even in Minji. They don't have a colonial officer, not even in Minji. None exists. The only thing that exists, the police does not exist, the gendarme doesn't exist. The only thing that exists there is the army. So should we call that a liberated territory?
No, Chris, in Libyalam, these areas where there is no semblance of La Republique authority, you can confidently say they are liberated. I don't see why you cannot say that. If there's no joke, there's no mayor,
get to you. I know you were
nobody passes there. Nobody passes there for 2-3 years. You guys are the ones who are running the cases. You guys are the one running your own schools. If you have any men, you guys are doing your own thing. That particular remote area, those areas.
And we are not doing one thing. There is one thing we are not doing. We are not tasking any civilian. We're not extorting from them. Sango, go on, please.
Yes, no. What I think our comrade Tumens has said something which is also correct. I think if you have a majority of a territory occupied by Ambazonians, technically we are free. They are free, and it remains. It is incumbent upon us to find a way to administer our folks, because 85% or 80% liberated without the La Republique Army, whatever the case, we should find a way to administer ourselves. I agree with you.
Exactly. ADF is doing it badly. Comrade Chris, ADF is doing it badly. But the concept of administering our people, let them give some small tax. It doesn't have to be much. ADF is asking too much. 5,000, 10,000 might be too much. Even if it's just 1,000 or some small amount.
They are asking for 50,000.
No,
to
that's not right.
30,000 to
No, that's too
20,000
much.
No, that's not
to
right. That's not
10,000
right.
to
These
5,000.
people have, Comrade Chris, you know, these people have been beaten already. They have been beaten already. Now to task them that amount of money is just adding more source to injuries. It is absolutely wrong. Completely wrong.
I think we should coordinate with AGF and try to get the maximum they can charge these people. Instead of talking and they don't listen, why don't they liaise with them to see how they can bring this thing down?
Comrade, the problem with the ADF is they don't listen. They don't listen. They never listen. You call them one-on-one and you talk with them. They never listen to you. They pretend in front of you they want to do the right thing. They want to do the right thing. But you turn your back, they just go back to what they are used to. That is the problem with them, and that is what makes it really difficult to even think of collaborating with the people like that, because then we all became thieves. If they are thieves, we all become thieves. That is a problem. I don't have no problem with levies as far as the people are okay. I'm sure you have received the phone calls, some of the phone calls from Mbengui saying that the roads are blocked. But people in Mancon can use the roads. Some drivers can use the roads. The Cameroon military can use the roads. But the people of Momo cannot use the road. How logical is that policy? When you punish your own people and yet allow the enemy to freely have access to the road.
Comrade Chris, I keep insisting on this thing of administration of a territory. In international law, we are like an occupied territory where La Republic has occupied all our territory. But if we can claim that we are administering some of the territory, then we not become an occupied territory. In international law, we are what they call a ROM state. We become a ROM state. So I'm desperate for us to move from an occupied territory to a ROM state, which is saying that yes, La Republic is occupying part of our territory, but we are also now, we've liberated and we are managing or administering part of our territory. We are not merely an occupied territory now. After 6 years of war, we've moved into a ROM state. So, and I'm looking for that evidence for ROM state, and the only who's even thinking of giving me, although it's not very clear, is ADF to say that yes, we are administering. We have to administer some territory. If in Lebialem, those villages in Lebialem, we have to administer them. The ones where there is no La Republic anymore.
Comrade,
I
think you are endorsing a very bad example here when you try to give kudos to what the ADF is doing. Again, if you are listening to the people, you will agree with the majority of us out here that something isn't being done right. Something isn't being, what the ADF is doing isn't right. They are forcing it.
They are not doing it right. I agree with you.
They are forcing.
They are not doing it right.
We could go to the BLM and take taxes from everybody. Would that? I mean, is that what proves that we own the territory, that we manage the territory?
Well, administration is not only that. When you go there, you will
But that is the only thing they are doing.
Yeah, Comrade Keys.
That's what I'm saying. They are not doing it right. They should do the full administration. There's nothing wrong with administration.
All right.
We should administer our territory.
That's what I want to hear. All right, Sango, please.
No, I was just trying to endorse the fact that if we are able to occupy 80 or 85% of a territory, technically belongs to us. And I don't see any reason why. I mean, give credit where credit is due. All right. I know ADF has a very bad reputation. If they have been able to do that, it is to all of our credit. If what we have done it,
it's to our credit.
Right. So the only thing is how to execute the rest of the administration. In other words, how do we do to manage the territory that we acquired 85%? That's my question.
Correct.
It's not who did it. We are all, I think we all do this to our best interest. It doesn't matter who has done it right. All right? And that's my position. The fact is, if we've acquired 80-85% of that territory, we have the right to find a way to administer it. because that already is an
Correct.
authentication that we are doing something right. We are moving forward. So we're not staying on one spot. So I give credit how it was acquired, those who did it.
All right, comrades, please stay put in there. I will take a short break, and when we come back, we will get to the phones. Stay put. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying put in there. At this moment, I am going to open the phone lines and allow those of you watching from across the globe to call in and contribute to the show. But before you call in, make sure that your television set, the volume of your television set is shut down and you focus on your phone. So you can go ahead and call. The phone line is open. The phone line is open. Go ahead and call, please. Put in your call. All right. Somebody is writing. What is Barrister Tumasang saying? What are the ADF administering? They are there stealing and molesting the population. That's all. Okay, that is somebody writing from ground zero. Let me get to this caller here. Hello. Hello.
Oh, Mr. President, you're still live.
I am still live, sir.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
All right. Hello.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, fine, sir.
Can you raise the volume of your set, please? I can barely hear you.
Yes, I'm getting you well.
All right, go on.
Yes, I'm very glad, and I always like to listen.
Please hold your position your microphone on your lips. I can hear you.
Yes. Hear from you people.
All right,
there.
that is good now. Go on, sir. Where are you calling from?
Yes. I want to say this, and I always keep saying this. These people have nothing to do with us. The problem is when you read the real thing, you go to what it is not. And let me tell you, these people are waiting for us like the thing is cooling down.
Who are these people you're referring to? The senators?
The Republic as a whole.
Okay.
Including the senators inside.
Okay.
Now, since I've been born in Cameroon, I've never seen anybody call in the government that is presenting the people. And so we should not think that even now that we are at war, these people will present us. They are just there for their family, just as you people were saying, and they are not there for Ambazonia. And I want to say this, Secretary Chris, we have to change the strategy. See, these people are not hearing any pinch. Do you know what they are doing that our people are not seeing? They are preparing down, furnishing our people's pocket to kill ourselves, because it is our people that goes and show the doors of our brothers for them to be killed. And so it's because we have neglected our own part. We have to talk to one another, especially the people that are on the ground. We have to talk to them. If it's possible for us to call them personally and talk with them and coach them and advise them and also furnish their pocket This I
When
believe
you say talk to our people on the ground and furnish their pockets, who are you referring to?
Means our fighters.
Okay.
Our fighters, because that is what they are doing. They are giving money to our people. You know, education is very, very necessary in as far as this matter is concerned. Do you know something? For them to kill our people, they are using our people. And I want to tell Ambazonia this: the people that are still blind, that are not seeing anything yet, that doesn't want to see anything, our people are dying. And these are the Ambazonians, they themselves, that are called blacklegs, that are showing our people. They guilt us because they know that the system that they are applying is not working. Because you cannot tell me that you love me, and then later on you come and burn our houses. Later on they come and be searching people that have dropped their guns to kill them. And you see where the case is. And our people doesn't want to see that. These are, this is Satan himself in person. It's a Satan himself in person.
All right.
So we got to change the strategy. Let's change. Let's look for means to buy corn. This is the problem. More fire.
Okay.
So thank you people so much. I really appreciate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the call. You have a great night. Okay, phone lines are open. Otherwise, you can text in. You can text in. Let's see. Let's see. All right, the phone lines are open, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, sir. I want to relay a question about some boys moving along Batibo Manfe Road, asking each house 10,000 francs for men and women 5,000 francs. Okay, let's get back to the phones. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from California.
All right. Can you raise your volume a little bit, please? It's quite low.
Yeah, I'm calling from California.
Okay. And what is in your mind?
I just want to congratulate Barrister Thomas Sang for his points that he has made out there. I think he has made a lot of sense. He's talking a lot of sense. We know that with the ADA, we have some of rough things that they do. I believe if from the way they do their things, if we align behind them, we can easily do the correction. So hold
on there. You don't align behind the wrong thing to do the right thing. Does that make sense to you? Again, I just explain. Listen. I just explained here. Hold on. I'm not dropping you. Hold on, sir. I'm not dropping you. Hold on. I just explained here. The BLM is a liberated territory. Yet nobody is being tasked in there. Nobody is being extorted. Why can't they do the same? When the people in Batibo, in Momo are crying, you think they are doing the right thing? Why can't they line up behind us in the example in the BLM? Why can't you see that a good example?
No, but I see what is going on in Momo. The problem is not even with the civilians in Momo. The problem is with us here in the diaspora. Because the civilians in Momo are doing the contributions happily.
No, but the civilians in Bombo, they are being forced to do the contributions. They're not doing it because they like it. They are the ones complaining.
Civilians are doing it happily. They always go out on 1st October. All of us watch over here. They go out with the fighters to celebrate happily.
They are forced to do those things, so that is why they are complaining.
I have made some calls on the ground. The civilians say they don't have any.
But the same civilians call here day in and day out. They even supply receipts of the money they are paying. They are forced to pay $50,000, $30,000, $20,000, $10,000, $5,000. They call to complain.
civilians in Momo are happy with the decision.
No, sir. Thanks for the call. You are on the wrong show. This is not CNA or what they call it.
Yeah, there's Comrade Chris. There is something.
Sango, hold on there a second, please. Let me get this caller. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Mile 16, Boya.
Okay.
And I am a citizen. Yes, I'm a native of Batibu.
Okay.
Those who are saying that the Batibu people are not complaining is a lie. It is more. I mean, understand the hardship. It is not easy for a villager to have 10,000 francs to contribute. And they contribute is forceful. They are not like it's not their wish. And the way they take to collect it, I mean, they said very soon the whole villagers will leave the whole Batibu. It is not good. The ADF should adjust. They should think of better ways of handling the issue. It's not right.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a native of Batibu.
You're a native of Batibu, all right. And what you are saying is exactly what we are saying. There is hardship on the ground. People are barely struggling to put meals on the table, and you extorting 10,000, 50,000, 30,000, 5,000 from the people.
In addition to the ghost town that we suffer, and even markets are closed. Most of the market do not even function. How do they expect the civilian to have such money? And worst of all is that those very Amba boys, the way they live a very luxurious life. I mean, those who are contributing, they are not happy. It's not good. I mean, we should think about that.
Thank you for the call.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Comrade Chris.
Yes, sir. This is Chairman Mike.
This is unmistakable, sir. I can't miss contributing to this issue of today.
Okay.
If I may go ahead.
Sure.
Yes. I cannot fathom the fact that people are trying to rationalize what is definitely wrong that the ADF is doing. Let's start with Efan. Efan is someone who he is not known to be fighting anywhere. We don't know that him to have killed any other Republic soldier. So, what gives him the rationale now to go out and collect money from the civilians? The same civilians that he will turn around and molest. Do they understand what taxes are for? Taxes are meant to be collected to improve the lives of the people. How are they using this money to improve the lives of the people from whom they are collecting these taxes?
That's the point.
And when you collect taxes, there is supposed to be accountability. You don't collect taxes without accountability. How are they accountable for the funds that they are collecting? So these are some of the things that I really cannot believe. That people will sit there and try to rationalize and say these people are paying the taxes willfully. Even in the West, in the United States where we are, nobody pays taxes willfully. You pay taxes because you are afraid that the government will come after you, or you pay taxes because you know that you are obliged to do so. Nobody willfully pays taxes. And when you think about the amounts that are being collected, whether women 10,000 francs, men 15,000 francs. There are people back home who can barely make 20,000 francs a month. Where are these people making this money? Where are they getting this money to pay? This is just, I don't know. I don't understand how some people can sit out here in diaspora and try to say this is okay. It is wrong. And I think every community should mobilize and chase the ADF out. Because any community that will allow the ADF to move into your community from now on, that is exactly the experience you too will get.
All right.
You too will start taxing you. So the only thing is resist the ADF wherever you are, and whatever means you have.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. That's well taken. Sango, you were about saying something there.
Yes, I was trying to say something which this is an epidemic. I've heard these complaints even in my own area because, it's what they call unintended consequences of war. These boys, I think for whatever reasons, they are in tune to getting money from people who are impoverished, they're already down, they are desperate, and then you still want to exploit them. I mean, if you don't do what they ask you to do, you are finished. So it's an epidemic that we have to find a way to fix it. Unfortunately, we're not on ground zero to do that. I just wanted to piggyback on that point.
Well, Comrade Thomasang, let me get back to you on this point. We are not against fighters going after people who have the money, like businesses. For example, we have so many francophone businesses between the axis of Mezam and Momo. You have not heard for once that the ADF shut down a francophone business for not paying taxes. But Ambazonian roads are being shut down. People are being extorted to the tune of 50,000 francs, and we sit here and patronize it.
Yeah.
Is that the question? So
yes,
what is the question? Sorry.
Yes.
Now, what, Comrade Chris, I think you and that caller, you are totally missing the point. The key point is that once we shift La République from a territory where La République cannot pass again for 2 years, 3 years, no gendarme, no army, that territory is under our control. We don't create a vacuum. We start administering the territory.
The case?
No,
but is that the case in either Mugamo or Batibo or Mbengu?
I've repeated this, that the principle of administering the territories where we've shifted La République is 100% correct. ADF is doing it wrongly and in an extortionate way. The 10,000 too much, they might bring it to 2,000. But for them to say, create a community school
why should they be taking it from our own people while francophones run their businesses freely?
People that pay tax. No, it's your people that pay taxes. Who should pay?
Oh, the foreigners that you are fighting should not pay. They pay their taxes to the enemy. The enemy uses the money to fight us, but we extort our own people.
You are getting it wrong. The foreigner you are fighting, you are not in control of where he is. If we are not in control in Bamenda and the guy is in Bamenda, how do you get the tax from him? But if the guy was in that village,
hold on there, Barrister. Hold on there. Let's get to this caller here. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, Secretary Chris.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, Comrade Chris.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Meza County.
All right. What is in your mind, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to appreciate the panelists. I want to appreciate the program of this evening. Yes, I think that all of you are saying the same thing. Yes, all of you are saying the same thing, but in a different way. All of us on the ground, we hate exactly what the ADF is doing, because we have not been seeing them doing what the other restoration forces are doing.
Correct.
But what Barrister is saying is that the move that the ADF is doing to collect taxes is the move recommended and expected to be seen by the international body. So therefore, if what they are doing is too much, then we should rather caution to cut down. Like he said, if that is what is going on in the BLM, for example, as you said, the BLM probably is under control of the restoration forces. Then the restoration forces, there will be a time the international body will be asking your receipt to prove that you have control of this territory. So therefore, if the restoration forces in the BLM can say that, okay, for this liberation quest, each person or each house in Lebelem will pay at least 2,000 francs. I think that one will be understanding because we are doing it to prove that we are in control.
You are very correct. This is a problem. This is you are very absolutely.
We are in control.
Yes.
Because time will come when those receipts will be demanded.
Correct. But hold on there. We hold on. This is a little different situation.
When those receipts will be asked.
Hold on there. Hold on. Can you hear me? All right. Hold on there. We are talking about a little different situation here. We are talking about a situation where
good afternoon, good evening in some places, good morning, even in others, fellow Ambazonians. Good to have you here with me today on another episode of The War Zone. At The War Zone, we focus on issues affecting our struggle. We bring about motivational information. We bring about information that is encouraging to our ARFs. We try to educate our fighters and our citizens on the ground to make sure that they understand exactly the state of our struggle at this present time. It is with this spirit that I come to you again this afternoon, the 4th day of April 2023, and I hope you all are doing well wherever you are in this world. Especially to our citizens in Ground Zero, our refugees in the various refugee camps, be it in Nigeria or Ghana, or some have gone right to South America. Some are way out there. And we saw of recent where a very unfortunate incident happened where some of them died while crossing in a river or something in a boat, and many of them died. And those are some of the tragic consequences of this unjust war that was brought on us by Mr. Probia. Our people have been dying. Those that are dying on Ground Zero, those that are dying from diseases, treatable diseases, but because there's no appropriate treatment, people die. People die from giving birth. People die from malaria, simple malaria. Some die in their hospitals. When they go there for treatment, they're instead killed and their body parts harvested. That is what our people are going through. So that is the predicament we find ourselves in. But we have to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing and to make sure that we take this thing right through. So, fellow Ambazonians, I have another episode of the War Zone here, which is packed full of information again, and useful information that will educate and enlighten us so that we're making the right decisions as we continue our march to Boya. This unstoppable journey to Boya, we have to continue enlightening and educating ourselves so that we know exactly how to conduct ourselves as we go through all these trials and tribulations, mostly brought onto us by the colonial invaders from across the Mongol. Now, I have quite a few topics to talk about today, and I have a panel of 3, but I think I will start with 2 of them, and the third one will join us later. I will have Honorable Senator Mars will be here with me, as Mars will be here, and Chairman Patrick will be joining me later. And we will talk about quite a good number of topics. We have realized that this struggle is experiencing, this is springtime, by the way. This is springtime. And this struggle is experiencing a reawakening, just like spring when things bloom again, flowers bloom, trees come alive. And with it, this struggle is coming alive again, much stronger than ever before. People that previously had stepped aside are finding a reason to come back and to join the struggle again so that we'll continue this march to Boya. We find some ex-soldiers who had laid down their sticks, they are picking their sticks and saying, no, we now realize that we have to conclude this thing because our destiny very much is hinged to the outcome of this struggle. So there's a reawakening, and we have even seen a new crop of activists coming in. We are going to talk about all that. But I have these topics, and I have a call to all of our brave men and women on the ground. There's a call to them to make sure that they see the need to join the struggle, because what's the need sitting at home and having someone come and slaughter you when you could have armed yourself to protect yourself, so that when they're coming, you can be able to defend yourself. So there's a call to arms for our civilian, especially the men, to make sure that they get themselves ready to defend themselves and defend their communities. Also, there is some illegal activity going on the ground where some of our citizens are being victimized by people who ought to be protecting them. I'm talking about illegal taxation. Illegal taxation. We're going to talk about that. And then, of course, we're going to talk about the draft. The draft, which is coming up this weekend. Momo will be drafting, and Chairman Patrick will be here to give us more information about it. And one other thing we're going to talk about is the atrocities of the West. When I say the West, I'm mostly referring to Europe and, of course, America. Their atrocities against Africa. I have a video that I would like to play. You cannot miss it. It summarizes the injustices that we have gone through, we have experienced from the hands of the West. You don't miss that segment of the program, please. The injustices of the West against Africa. And that is why we are now suffering and shedding a lot of blood just to free ourselves, because of mistakes that were made by others. Because of mistakes that were committed by others. And we have to understand these things so that we know who our friends are. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, just do me a favor and keep sharing the link. I can't bring you this information without having a good number of persons watching and listening, so that they too can benefit from it. So do me a favor and share this link and get as many people watching with you. With that said, I would like to bring in my panel. There are a few things that we will pick on first, just like tidbits to get the numbers climbing when I bring my panel in. So I believe Honorable Samuel Thomas is here. Can I see you, sir? Honorable Samuel Thomas. Okay. I hope he's not frozen. And SOS Mars, if you're there too. All right.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you 515.
Okay, good. I'm here.
All right.
It's going to be a brilliant day. It's nice to meet on the panel with Comrade Samuel Thomas. So we're here together.
It's great to have you again. It's great to have you. I know it's going to be interesting, and I hope Ambazonians will appreciate the information we're going to bring to them. So, Honorable Samuel Thomas, I saw you briefly. I hope your mic is okay. Can you just say something so I know you're all right? Honorable Samuel Thomas, can you say something, please? If he's having trouble with his network, I would say he should log off and log back in, and once he logs back in, I should be made aware that he's in, so I can bring him on. So SOS Mars, why don't we start with this and try to get the numbers climbing first? Why don't we start with this? During the week, we saw some pictures of a ghastly accident, which occurred somewhere in the south. I think it was Tico Kumba Road or something like that. In fact, when I looked at the image, when I first glanced at the images, I could not bear to look at the mutilated bodies of those kids that were in that vehicle. And I would not want for us to see exactly the ghastly images, which are not good for television, of course. But I would like for us to just talk about why this continues to happen over and over and over again, where we find our citizens dying on these roads that were constructed for the 19th century are still being used today. There has been no upgrade whatsoever to meet today's traffic. At the time these roads were constructed, cars were very tiny. There were tiny cars on the roads at the time. Today you have big cars, you have big lorries, heavy vehicles carrying heavy cargo, and which is one of the reasons why we had this accident, because I think it was a vehicle carrying whatever it was, an industrial vehicle that came head on with this passenger bus carrying these kids, and they were completely crushed. They were crushed. Those images were just nasty. I could not bear to watch them. So my question is this, Lazarus Mars, why does this keep happening? And why is it that there seems to be no concern on the part of those who call themselves leaders to get this thing under control? What do you think?
Well, Chairman Mike, thank you for that question. The incident actually took place in Limbe, in the place we call our Victoria. That's where the incident took place. The roads is one of the issues. The other issue is the maintenance of the cars. The so-called police, in quote, are on the roads. Instead of controlling, making sure that the cars which are running on the road are safe to run, they've got brakes, they've got everything that is needed. No, they're there to collect money. Once you give them their 500 francs, they put in their pocket. Your car can even be falling apart. They don't care. That is one of the problems. I remember vividly when I went there in the year 2000, and I told my brother-in-law, all the documents, the car must be safe, everything, before I use it on the road. They went and serviced the car, did all the insurance and everything. And also we were driving. Police who are controlling traffic were getting annoyed that you have insurance, you have this. So if you have all this, how do we eat? They were getting annoyed. And while they were saying that to me, some pickups which have loaded plantains until the back is pulling and dragging on the floor. They're passing and they're just waving. They're saying, "Come back, come back."
Because they had their money. Yeah, they had their money already.
Come back, they way back. Yeah, they were signaling their enormous style, and that's one of the problems. Cars on the road there don't have. You sit in the car, you can virtually be seeing the road, the road as it's going in the taxi, and those cars are actually licensed to carry passengers. The trailers don't have brakes. They're licensed to be running on the road. They're allowed to be running on the road. If this trailer had proper brakes, at least it would have seen that, oh, there is a possibility of a head-on collision coming on. Either I go into the ditch or I put my brakes, my emergency brakes. But no, they didn't do that. Because in the course of no brakes, they just crushed the van. The school bus. One lady actually lost 3 children. One woman lost 3 children.
That's unbelievable.
She had 3 children and she lost them all in that incident.
That's so tragic. But you know, besides what you are saying there, the poor maintenance of the vehicles, even the drivers themselves are also responsible. The drivers, the blame goes around. The drivers themselves. I have been in sometimes you're just holding your breath the way they run. You are driving on a road and you are going at a bend and you are running on the opposite side of the road.
knowing that there's a possibility of another vehicle coming that you cannot see. And I'm asking myself, why? I don't know the rationale why these drivers do this. You live on a narrow road, narrow road. You live the side that you're supposed to be driving on the right side, and you're driving on the left side at a bend, a blind corner. That is what, if you realize that most of the ghastly accidents happen with these head-on collisions. As I said, these roads were constructed for the 19th century. Correct. They are being used today. There has been no effort at enlarging these roads to accommodate the new influx of vehicles that now ply the roads, the larger vehicles.
Do you know the irony of all that? The irony of all that is that petroleum is being mined in Limbe. The roads in Limbe are worse than roads in Yaoundé, where there's no petroleum.
But why in Limbe? Why do you expect that not to happen when the taxes for the petroleum that is being pumped there is being paid somewhere else?
In Douala, the taxes are being paid in Douala.
Honorable Senator Thomas, I would like to get your take on this thing that we talk about this war killing people, right? If you know the number of people who are killed in road accidents, medical malpractice, just outright recklessness, disease, misery, if you calculate the number of people that are killed by all these other things, it will even be a lot more than anything that this war has done. That's what people fail to understand. What's your take on this, Mr. Marcos?
Well, Comrade Mike, I don't know if you people can hear me now.
Yes, you can hear you 5 on 5.
Okay. Good afternoon to you, and good evening to Comrade Mark. Well, as to the question which you've asked, what do we expect from such a country that all they know is how to steal? Comrade Mark, let me tell you something that I saw in Yaoundé some time ago. Vehicles in the southern Cameroons are even better, 100% better. If you go to La République du Cameroon, like in Yaoundé and in Douala, and see the rate of vehicles that are plying the streets of that country, you will ask if really there is any control in this country called control technique. People are tying the doors of their vehicles with rubber in La République du Cameroon. You will find a vehicle, that vehicle has separated into, the vehicle is like a V, like this, but that vehicle is on the street running. Before talking about the footpaths that they call them streets, that are a death trap to our people. Nobody cares about those things. But the question now also goes to our people. With all this state of affair, what is their own take? Because the same people that are dying on these roads are the same people that keep on consuming 3 Expo, and they are the same persons that are jubilating that they have a very nice president. If the president is not there, there is no one else again to do. So I used to say that our people, seems they are contented with what is going on in Laos. So I think they were not contented with it. The likes of the Tabetandongs, or you people call them what? Who call themselves senators and parliamentarians, which are Boro representatives, will not be in La Republic that they are representing the people of Southern Cameroon, of which they cannot go to their villages where there are no roads, even where they call them township, like in Victoria, where the roads there are death traps, killing little children. That is even more than enough to warrant a person like John Gute, who called himself a chief, and Mr. Prime resign. But will they resign?
You are wasting your time with those people, right? And that is the crux of the matter, because a society where
laws are violated with impunity and nothing happens, what can you expect? The only reason, because even like out here in the West, we know that vehicles are supposed to be inspected annually to be and for you to prove that the car is roadworthy. If you try to institute that in La Republique, the person inspecting the car will go there, take his bribe, and let the car go. So it's a situation where everything that is wrong with that country starts with the politics of that country. And until you fix that, nothing will change. Nothing will change. I don't know if the technician can put for us the caliber of roads that should be, what you call Trong A roads that you have there. Douala, Yaoundé, Kumba, Victoria. Look at this road here. What is common here? What is common here is that you see a median separating the two lanes of traffic. That is already a lifesaver right there. That is a lifesaver. You will hardly hear of a head-on collision. I'm saying you will hardly hear, you will never hear of a head-on collision, which is the highest killer on our roads. You have to separate the roads, major highway linking between highways linking the various cities. You have to separate them so the traffic is. You have these heavy trucks driving at very closely to these tiny cars, making these dangerous turns. You find even these timber trucks, some of them poorly maintained, as Chairman Mars was saying there, and they are running on the same roads as these tiny cars. It's just, when you get on one of those roads, you are just putting your life at risk. You are putting your life at risk. It's a 50-50 chance whether you survive or die because of the state of the roads and the lack of scrutiny on those that are driving on those roads. Lack of scrutiny, state of the roads. That is what is killing people. I just wanted us to see that is the way we are going to construct roads in Ambazonia.
Let me say something.
To make sure that they save lives. You wanted to say something before we move to the next topic.
Let me say something.
All right.
It's been really, this thing did not start today. This accident is a repeat of many similar accidents that have happened around there.
Mm-hmm.
Since La Republique invaded our country, we used to have proper roads. Be them the old roads, but there used to be proper control.
Mm-hmm.
But since La Republique, do you know how many accidents have happened on the Mutengene Boya Hill, where the vehicles have reached middle and they say brakes have failed, and it rolls down and destroy people in the markets. Brakes have failed. They're coming down the hill. Brakes have failed, and I'm talking about lorries carrying timber. Brakes have failed. Can you imagine what the destruction it does when it veers into a market? Or it gets to I don't know if you know that area, the Tico Boya Limbe junction. That junction there. The lorries just go over into the buildings.
And that's where people are selling stuff. Right?
People are selling stuff there. Then people are living down on that behind that slope where the vehicles just go there. When they hear, oh my brakes have failed, everybody just leaves their house and just start going. How can you live in a country like that? And yet some people still think that we should still be sharing a bed with these same people.
What you see here, I want Ambazonians to see. This is how roads will be constructed in Ambazonia.
Yes.
Standard roads that when you get on it, you feel safe driving. You will not be afraid of some huge vehicle coming and crushing you to death. With a median separating the two runways. That is how we are going to construct roads in Ambazonia. Now let's move on to something else. I have. You want to say something else again?
Yes, yes, Comrade Mike.
Real quick,
Have
real
you
quick.
ever, when I was growing up, of Manfe come up, that was a situation in the 60s, leading up to around maybe the 70s. Have you heard of Manfe go down, Manfe?
I cannot even remember hearing that.
Me. Okay, but the road that was Manfe go down, Manfe come up, was the same road that La Republique took over from the Southern Cameroon's government, which was restricted. The day that the vehicles were to leave by Manfe, no vehicle leave Manfe up to Manfe.
Yes.
I've never heard of that.
Same road. Today you are hearing it. Today it is that same road that was recently paved by the Chinese government that we have been using since 1961 up to today, and it was a double-way paved road, earth road, not even a third road.
Yes.
But with the Southern Cameroon government, it was one way in and out. Meaning, if that program could have continued, the program of that road was to construct it in the state that we find European roads today in Europe. Then secondly, if your car is new from the garage, after 1 year in Belgium, you must take that car for control technique.
Yes.
Yes.
In this Belgium, trucks, the speed of trucks are regulated 80 kilometers per hour. And their lane is there. You do not mix up with little cars, with small cars. You do not mix up with them. If you go to Germany, lorries don't run during the day. All of them run during the night and not during the day.
There you go.
That is a country in Europe with roads.
Yep. That is. We can complain about. It's good to have Chairman Patrick with us. It's good to have these images showing what roads ought to be, because I think most people back home only see this on TV or on the internet or something. They've never experienced. They've never seen roads like this. But this is something that should not be that difficult. Road construction is not supposed to be that complicated, and road maintenance is not supposed to be that complicated. To maintain a road, there's one thing you must do: you control water, because water is the one thing that destroys roads more than anything else. You have to control water, direct water, so that it does not settle on the road. But a story for another day. During the week, we saw some pictures of the funds of Nkambe. They were having a meeting at the office of the colonial duo, I think, and they were forming something they call, I think, the funds union or something like that, coming together. And when I looked at this, when I looked at the images and the information coming in, what immediately came to my mind was the CPDM again trying to destroy our culture. Because the question I ask myself is, if funds are supposed to come together, funds, we are talking about funds here, traditional leaders, why don't they meet in the palace of one of the funds? Why do they have to go to the office of a colonial administrator to sit there and have a meeting or create an association? So this is just another house where they want to put these people so they can micromanage them and make them do things that are against their own very subjects. And I just thought we should just glance over this briefly, because we have a lot to talk about. How our culture is being francophonized, just like everything else, just like our schools have been destroyed, our courts have been destroyed. They are now very bent on destroying our culture. They are in the palaces. Look at what is happening in Mancon. You know what's happening there? This is what we have to push back on. Most of our cultural associations
are now led by CPDM minded people. This thing is we have to watch out for this. Most of the cultural associations, I listened to one of the leaders of the chairperson of the cultural association for Bali. It was threatening our ARFs, and this thing is going on from the southern zone. Is just endemic. It is endemic, and they are spreading it all over, corrupting the minds of our chiefs and farms, and making them to support colonial, the colonial program of assimilation that the CPDM has brought on us. So I don't know if we have that picture of the funds standing somewhere in Cambe, but Chairman Patrick, you just came in. I want you to weigh in on this issue. I don't know about Momo. Yeah, these are the people. They're standing here. It just makes them. They just look pitiful. They look pitiful. Look at them. These are supposed to be people with some royal aura around them, but they are standing there like school children answering yes sir to their master. Yeah, that's how they look. They look very pitiful. These are our funds. People who are supposed to be treated with respect. You remember Okala Belai once said all the chiefs in the southern zone have to carry signs and march on one of their colonial celebrations. That they have to carry their signs and march, and their subjects have to march behind them. That is what these people have reduced us to. I don't know, Chairman Patrick, what do you have to say about this?
Comrade Mike, I don't know if our funds are going to have a place to hide after this struggle, because we used to see our fund come and all bend down and let them pass. We used to just hide. Sometimes we see our fund coming, but unfortunately, the funds have decided to hand themselves over to the colonial masters. Even the funds are even greeting the duos. Even the wife of the so-called President Bia was greeted by the fund of Manka with a hand. And I keep asking myself, how can you have dignity in your society, but because you see a stranger, somebody who doesn't have anything to do with your tradition, and you are greeting them with your hand? Even the wife of the fund in the palace doesn't even get a chance to touch the fund's hands. But because of greed, and I don't know if it's fear, some of these funds have now turned around to start greeting some of these colonial masters with their hand. The question is, they should take an example of the fund of Bafut. This is the only fund in the Northwest that has stood the time of this struggle, and that's why they still respect him today, because he will not take any nonsense from the colonial masters.
Yes, and we appreciate that there are still some funds and some chiefs who are holding their ground and standing with their people. And we appreciate them. I don't want to call names here, but they know themselves. Some of them are standing their ground and standing with their people, and not getting themselves soiled with this nonsense that La Republic is spreading all around. You know what? I don't even want us to waste too much time on this. This was just to put the funds on notice that we are watching them. We are watching them. We are seeing what they are doing. We are watching them. They are supposed to be the protectors of our culture. They are not supposed, not instead of selling it to these colonial invaders who don't even have a culture of their own. Their chiefs wear jackets that are given to them by France. They have no culture, and that's why they see our culture and they are jealous, and they are bent on destroying it. So the next thing I'd like for us to talk about is this new dispensation that is we are having now in the struggle, the emergence of a new crop of activists. And when I say activists, we first of all have to ask ourselves, who is an activist? But we have seen a new dispensation, some fresh air. Because for some time now, those who once knew to be activists, some became surrogates, some became politicians, some turned into what I cannot even describe. Some were just confused. They found themselves just everywhere at the same time. It was difficult for them to serve as the referees and linesmen of this struggle as it ought to be. That is what an activist is supposed to be. That you are supposed to be there to call it as you see it. But now we saw activists who became people who then said, no, it must be this President to Boya, President that forever, President this to Boya, President, my President, Emperor this, Emperor that. That is what those we thought were activists reduce themselves to. And so it's a welcome relief to see people who are coming in now with a new impetus, some what we have been waiting for so long, and they're doing what activism ought to be doing, informing our citizens, informing our ARFs, enlightening them, guiding them, and most of all, calling out wrongdoing as it ought to be done. So I will doff my hat to Fabiano. I don't know him personally, I haven't talked to him, but I seem to like what he is doing. I think Fabiano is doing a good job, and he needs to be encouraged. And I also like to encourage these guys of Amba Newsline. The guys of Amba Newsline, they are doing a good job enlightening, educating, and informing our people and our ARFs. That is what activism ought to be. So, Chairman Mas, what is your take on this new dispensation? And as compared to what we have known for quite some time now, where some people who were activists who called out wrongdoing in the past, they raised the red flag. But when it came time for them to raise the red flag in some other instances, they kept the red flag down. You say, but why are you keeping the red flag down? Don't you see that fault being committed by that player there? They kept it down. They didn't want to raise it. What is your take? Are you encouraged by what you're seeing here?
Well, I'm encouraged by the new light that activists have gone back now, or they now beginning. We've got people coming up now who identify themselves as activists, and they're doing the job that an activist is supposed to do. An activist should not be a hand clapper.
No.
An activist should not be a follower of an individual or a certain group. A proper activist needs to be neutral on all counts. And we've got very few of them, but I am delighted to see the new ones coming up. We had some in the past, but at some point they decided to ditch activism and become hand clappers. And that's when things started going wrong. Because when you're a hand clapper, there's loving eyes don't see. Yes, so when you become a hand clapper, you don't see what the person you're following is doing wrong anymore. And you don't call it out. Even if you see it, you don't call it out. Well, you don't even see it because you don't identify as wrong. Therefore, we don't know whether you see it and don't know it, or you don't, but we just assume you don't see it, and therefore, and you're not even looking out for it. Activists should be people who are going out looking actively, finding things which can make the news, which will hold the attention of the people. That's what an activist is. How to direct the people, educate the people, all that stuff. Bring any errors to light so that the people can see what their leaders are doing. But when you become a hand clapper or a follower of a particular leader, you lose all that, and that's what killed. Try to kill some of the momentum in this revolution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm encouraged with what I'm seeing now.
Yes. And like you said, you see, this is what I try when these activists of days past started doing what they were doing. I tried to call the attention to the fact that what they were doing will destroy them. Because people follow you because they thought you were speaking the truth. When you start saying things that are not true, it is only a matter of time before people can catch up with you and realize that you are not more what you used to be, that you have now become fake, and they will drop you. And that is why you find a lot of these people who in the past were big names, they have reduced themselves to a level of irrelevance. Where nobody pays attention to what they say. And most of the times when they come out to say anything, people are there to insult them. So I hope that these new activists that are coming up will maintain their purity. And even if I'm the one that is doing something wrong, I like to be told that what you are doing is wrong. Stay clean and only say what is good for the struggle. Honorable Sama Thomas, you have been one of those out there doing your best to be as objective as possible, and that has gotten you in some heat sometimes. But I think as time went on, your objectivity brought you out. What do you have to say about this?
What I've known from time immemorial. I don't know if you can hear.
I can hear you.
Yes. Known from time immemorial is that you should keep to your words.
Mm-hmm.
Once you start a race, keep to the pace of that race. Don't divert. By the moment you diverse from where you started, then people will not keep their trust in you.
Mm-hmm.
So I do not see how to say A yesterday and tomorrow I'm saying B. I've never been that way. So either you hate me for calling A, or you like me for calling it A. But if you think that I will be so as to please you, then you are making a terrible mistake. It's good that you brought up this topic now. First, I want to apologize that my internet seems to be giving me some here. That is why I'm going on and off.
Yeah, we can hear
let
you
me
now.
say something about. Let me say something about John Bakoro and the other big five and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This is to serve Kenyans. And these guys who call themselves irrelevant activists. You see, I've done political science without going to, because I've done it practically with politics. When the SDF was still in the SDF. Paul Biya knew that he couldn't deal with the SDF and had to form 1,000 political parties in Laropo.
Yes.
So that when the Paul Biya will say, I've called Yakli Gaisala, I've called CUPC, money them, I've called this one to form a government of national unity. He calls it government of national unity. But the SDF, that was the strongest political party in that Maya called, which the CPDM couldn't compare in popularity, and all the 1,000 political parties which Pobia formed. Pobia never called SDF to form a government of national
unity.
Why am I bringing up this? I want to call a person like my brother John Bakoro, Akwanga, and to open the eyes of Southern Cameroon to see something that these guys are doing. But when we are here talking about galvanizing all efforts toward one direction,
you know what? You know what, Honorable Sama Thomas? We will actually talk about that when we talk about the Unity Conference. So just hold your thought on that one. Let's finish with this activist topic here, which is I would like, I didn't even want us to spend too much time on it because we have quite a bit to cover today. Now, we have seen that with this new crop of activists, people are really warming up to them, and it is bringing in some lost enthusiasm in the struggle back, because they are really helping to educate the people and to enlighten the people. And one of the things that has been very detrimental to our fighters has been the phones that they carry. The phones that they carry has been one of the tools that La Repubblica has used to track them down. And the education that these activists are giving our ARFs on how to use their phones is, we cannot underestimate it. And we can only say thank you to them for doing this. But one thing I would like to add to our ARFs and the citizens on the ground, especially our commanders. I think one other thing that you should be doing is, whenever you are with your foot soldiers, from time to time, conduct a random check of their phones without notification. Just sit maybe several times a week. Tell everybody to put down their phones, and you go through them to see what messages they are getting. That way you can fish out those who are communicating with the enemy, because this idiot who calls himself whatever his name is hiding in the DDR center there in the southern zone. What they are doing is that they are now identifying boys, vulnerable ones, in the various camps, and creating a link with them, and they are getting information from that to attack our ARF. So the commander should periodically go through the phones of your fighters. From time to time, just tell everybody, put down your phones without any warning. Put down your phones, open it, you go through the messages, see what messages they are getting. So you can easily pick on those who are communicating with the enemy. We have to clamp down on this nonsense, because it is helping to eliminate a lot of our ARS, and we have to stop it. So check your phones regularly. Besides all the advice that you are getting from these activists, make sure you know who your soldiers are communicating with. You should know who they are communicating with, so you can stay ahead of any trouble. Now,
okay, Comrade Mike, let me say something there before we progress.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Before coming to this program, I listened to an audio message coming from Comrade Willie. I don't know if they say he's one of Homeland from Sako, condemning Amba Newsline, that Amba Newsline and ABS CRTP offshoots, and all the generals on the ground or soldiers on the ground shouldn't listen to Amba Newsline and ABS. Please, fellow Southern Cameroonians, when you are listening to somebody, listen to him well and deduce from what he is saying. Use your own intuition or way of reasoning to see if that person talking to you is genuine in what he is saying. That message which William put out today is very, very detrimental, not to Amba News, but to all Southern Cameroonians in the diaspora, and particularly Southern Cameroonians on the ground and those who are fighting the enemy. If you listen and you take it home that what he's telling you is true, without blaming him and even telling him persona non grata, then you are a dead person. You will die, because that audio which he puts out is a treasonable felony against the Southern Cameroon struggle and must condemn with all force that needs to be condemned, that needs such messages to be condemned with. But fellow soldiers on the ground, block ears from listening to a person like William. He will mislead you guys to be killed. To be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Talking about Willie, Ambazonia Thomas, I think for quite some time now, I think that guy has some mental issues. I think that guys have some mental issues because when you listen to this, is a guy who will sit here in the USA and will take a lagata pepper and whatever he's doing, say he's making a traditional medicine for it to affect someone back home. I mean, how stupid is that? You sit here in the USA, you're making a lagata pepper, say you're making medicine. That's the height of lunacy. I don't even know what to call it. That guy is cuckoo. He is cuckoo. There's something wrong with his head. Nobody should listen to him. You see, when I look at Sako and his gang, it reminds me of someone who jumps out of a plane. When they tell him to use a parachute, he says, "No, this umbrella I have is safe enough. It will take me to the ground." And he believes wholeheartedly that the umbrella will serve well as a parachute and will get him to the ground. Of course, you know, he's headed for a crash. Sako is headed for a crash. And he is now decided to be a spoiler. That he would just be a spoiler. That's all he would do. So I don't even like talking about people like that because it's a waste of our time. He will do whatever he wants to do, but the only unfortunate thing is that some of our unsuspecting people may listen to him and believe what he's saying and thinking, oh, this is someone who used to be a leader. Maybe he's still making sense. But those who know very well know that whatever comes from that, from the con man, is just nonsense. So, Chairman Baz, maybe he said something, and then I would like for us to go, if Chairman Patrick is here, I would like for us to talk about the draft, because he said he may not be in for too long, so that after this, talk about the draft, so that if he has to leave, we'll make sure that it's covered.
Yes. My fellow commanders, FMAs, generals, colonels on ground zero, please be very, very watchful. Your lives as the people defending the nation is very, very important, even more important than mine. You are the one with the stick defending the nation. Your place is so high up there. So don't risk it. Don't follow bad advice. Some of those advices that they give is actually to lure you people to your death. It's not really, it's an advice for you to go to your early grave. Take that, listen to what they say sometimes, interpret it, and say, do I smell a rat here? If you smell a rat, know that there's a dead rat around. If you think it's good, test it before you put your 2 feet in. A sensible man, when they get to a water that they've never been there before, they first of all dip their toe and dip their little foot until it gets to the ankle. They see how deep it is before they jump in. You don't come and jump in completely because you don't know what is waiting for you in there. My advice is, please be very, very, very careful. Be very, very sensible and be smart. Not all of us here in the diaspora are for the good of Ambazonia.
Know who you're listening to.
Decipher for yourself what messages go through. But every day, our senses filter out a lot. But you need to actively filter out some of the things yourself too. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we would like to move on to the draft. I don't know if Chairman Patrick is still here. Is he here? Chairman Patrick, are you here? If not, we can go on to some. Okay, he's here. All right. We have the draft coming up this weekend. I would like for Chairman Patrick to take the lead on this. Chairman Patrick, can you hear me? His face seems turned away or frozen or something. Chairman Patrick, if you can hear me, please. You seem frozen. I don't know if you want to log off, log back in, and let's deal with this topic. The draft, which is coming up this weekend, and Momo is supposed to be drafting. Momo is supposed to be drafting. And with that, I think there is a launch out there for new recruits, new young men, and why not women who feel that they can join the struggle and defend it instead of going and dying on the high seas like some are doing. Defend your homeland, free it so that we can build it and make it as prosperous as other countries that went through the same situation as ours, be it South Africa, be it Rwanda, be it Algeria, you name it. So we too can do it just like others. So there's a new push to make sure that we get new recruits coming in. And if you feel that you want to join, and some who had left the fight, first of all, and gone home, and they are being identified by enablers and slaughtered by La République du Cameroon. Enablers go and say, this used to be a fighter, and then they track you down and kill you. It's better to hold something in your hand to defend yourself than go and subject yourself and be killed like a sheep. That's what I'm saying. So you better get out there, stay with your brothers. If you need to reach out to the interim government for assistance, do so. You can pass through your LGA chair, your county chair, or you reach out to ABS TV. Reach out to ABS TV if you don't know who to contact, and we will direct you where to go. So, Chairman Patrick, if you are back on, can you come on and tell us what exactly Momo is preparing for us this weekend with the draft, please? I don't know if he's back. I think his screen was frozen for a while there. It was frozen. If not, it's still frozen. All right, let's talk about something else that is happening, that happened on the ground too. Some time ago, we saw it's like a note or kind of a taxation sheet with various amounts published by EFAN of the ADF. And this sheet showed several amounts. I think it was 15,000 for men, women 10,000, 5,000 for the youth or something like that. Various amounts that the citizens of Momo are supposed, I think it's Guzang where it's located, are supposed to pay to the ADF. And this has caused an uproar, and rightly so, in our communities and the various revolutionary fora. And people are asking, why this taxation? How is it that you can go to people who can barely survive, people who are already suffering under these difficult conditions brought about by this war, and you ask them to pay you money regularly? Those are not small amounts of money for people back at home. Some who can barely make 20,000 colonial francs a month. Some can barely make 30 colonial francs a month. And you ask someone to pay you 10,000, 15,000. Where are they supposed to get this money? So with this phenomenon, this is it. This is it. And this was signed, fellow business, this was signed by EFAN. It was signed by EFAN. Needless to mention here that EFAN is not known to be fighting this war anywhere. And we are yet to get any record of him taking on the colonial military of La République in our territory. He is not known to have taken even one of them down anywhere. But of course, we know that he has killed many of our fighters. He has killed many of our civilians. He has punished them. He even killed the prince of Kugwe. So this is a guy who has he has added no value to our struggle. On the contrary, he has caused a lot of destruction. And then for this same guy to turn around and tax the people is just outright criminal. Honorable Thomas, I would like for you to take a dig at this first. What is your feeling about this? What is to be done about this?
Well, I've condemned that act of the ADF for taxing our people the way they are taxing them. Because, Honorable Mike, you talk people earning 20,000 a month. That is too much. That's a rich person. I grew up on. I was in the market struggling to see I make ends meet. Do you know that there are families in the southern communities, even in Macon, that can that 1,000 francs, that can make 10,000 francs a year. 1,000 francs a year. Talking about somebody in Batibo, in Kugwe, you are taxing that person there 10,000, 15,000, 1,000. That where is that person making that money? What is that person making that money to do? It's just an act of cheating, which I put this way. The ADF has legalized kidnapping up to the point that when you are not kidnapped and you are caught, they will charge you. Why didn't you freely or willingly hand over yourself to be kidnapped? You are waiting for the time looking for you.
Why were you escaping from kidnapping?
Lord have mercy. We are loving our people here. We are loving our people. I'm telling you.
To our people, and people, they don't see that these issues are anti-struggle, anti-liberation actions that our people away from the struggle. Look at our people 5 years ago. That enthusiasm is no longer there. What
exactly because of that.
This reckless act of the ADF. Yes. But they seem not to see anything wrong with it. All the cows in Santa are in Batibo under the control of EFA. They've stolen all the cows in Santa. They will kidnap you from Mangon. There was a time that people almost lynched me that in Mangon was kidnapping. But all the kidnapping, 90% of the kidnapping in Mangon by the ADF. Kidnapping from Mangon to Batibo. What kind of action is that? And if you go ask this people, they will tell you how our people must pay for the liberation. We in the West should pay for the liberation struggle. Those in
not those at home. Not those at home.
Should be what they can give. They can give food to the soldiers, but when it comes to money and buying of equipment, we in the West should be responsible.
Thomas, you know why? You know why the ADF does not depend on those in the West? Because their actions are deployed by those out here. We know them. Nobody will give them money. That is why they now have to use guns now to squeeze our people on the ground to take money from them. How many people will willingly give money to the ADF out here in the diaspora? Who will give them money? To do what with? Where are they fighting, first of all? Where are they fighting? They are not fighting. So why will you give them your money? To do what with? So that is the problem. And like you rightly said, how destructive their actions are to this struggle, because it discourages a lot of people from supporting the struggle. They are exactly doing La Republique's bidding. They are doing La Republique Cameroon's bidding by making sure that they make our people so disgruntled that they say, if this is the way it is, then I won't support it again. That is what the ADF is doing. And this criminal hiding in China was out today saying that, no, they have to have a meeting to plan how to continue with the taxation. He was out today, doubling down. This criminal called Capo Daniel. But the day of reckoning is coming. These people are on video for all these things that they are doing. The day will come where they will account for all these things. Yes, the day will come where they are going supporting these things. Go ahead.
I wish one day Capo's next month border is also taken and kept elsewhere and asked to pay taxes for the struggle, and she should be charged for the past 5 years, which so that Capodian should pay with all the fanfare in him that no, it's my responsibility to pay for this tax.
Yes.
But these guys they do unto others what you will want them to do unto you. These guys have no feelings, no mercy.
None whatsoever. They don't feel for our suffering people. They have no sympathy, no pity, nothing, none whatsoever. Chairman, please, I know this is a. You take a dig at this.
No, I'm here. Yes, I was enjoying it, but let me say, man, let me come in there. Taxing people as a nation is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but taxing people to just for extortion purposes is bad. When I was growing up, you know what my father's tax used to be? 3,500 for a year.
Yeah.
But you go and tax a mother in the village who is struggling. She doesn't even know where she was going to get food. It's not even safe. How is she even going to get to the market? Whom is she going to meet in the market to sell food to? And you're taxing them. And you're even punishing them that
Chairman Mas, take note that we never knew of women paying tax, right? So
no,
it was
didn't pay tax. That's what I'm saying.
Now they are not
my father.
They are not only taxing the men, they are taxing the women. So the women pay 10,000, the men pay 15. That's 25,000 already in one family.
Well, in a family with just a husband and wife, if you have two wives or three wives,
they have children, they 5,000 each.
Yeah, and in those days, the only women who paid any part of tax were civil servants.
Yes.
Women who were housewives or farmers did not pay tax. Just their husbands pay tax of 3,500. But you go and you're taxing one family, and then you don't even just tax them. You're making life unmiserable, very unmiserable for them. You're not defending them. You're not using the money to defend them. You're using the money to enjoy yourself.
The funny thing is this: you are taxing them, but you block the road. The road is not possible.
You're making their lives miserable.
These people cannot even carry their produce to the market to sell and give you the money that you want for the tax.
Correct.
Where are
That's what I'm saying.
Money?
That's what I'm saying.
The road is not possible.
Yes. If you tax them to construct the road, to make the roads better, to protect them, to defend them, to make their lives better, someone can even understand. But you don't tax people and then you punish them on top, and then you say to people, how come it's now that we've managed to catch you for the last 2 years? Where have you been hiding? So you need to pay more for that. Huh? The point is that ADF and Capodania and all their cabal.
Let me make this point, Chairman Mas. The one thing that I would like for you to address is the role of taxes in any country. Why are people taxed? People are taxed so that the funds can be used to carry out developmental projects in the community. Like out here, when you're driving on the highway, you see a big sign that there are taxes at work where construction is going on the highway and things like that. You have taxation here without accountability. I heard Capo Daniel saying that they have been helping to open hospitals, they have been helping to open community schools, and they have been helping IDPs. I said, where is that happening? Where is that happening?
Chairman Mike, the purpose for taxation is to generate revenue for the central government or for the central administration, so that they can use to do things so that people's lives can become better. People's lives can become better, the community can develop, and they can actually attract tourism into their area. You don't make taxation to punish people And to even the money you're collecting, you make the lives of the same people you're collecting so miserable that they don't even have that money to give you. Taxation is good for a country or an environment to raise money as for a central administration to make the lives of the people better, the environment better.
Taxation must also be equitable. That means all the citizens of that country must be able to pay the same tax. You cannot identify a particular region and apply punitive taxes on them, and the rest of the country is living free. That is not fair.
It's for the nation. It's not for. If you want to do a local tax, there must be a reason for the local tax and how you intend to use the money to develop that locality. You don't just tax. You don't tax people, and the lives of the people you are taxing, you're making them miserable. You're making those lives miserable to the extent that they cannot even live. Yes.
There's no benefit to them of the money they are paying.
Exactly.
On the contrary, the people are even humiliated. They are not even allowed to circulate freely. They are not allowed to circulate.
They cannot even go around.
That is
you cannot be taxing me. You cannot be taxing me as a farmer, a lady. I carry my jama. I want to go and sell. You tax me, but you don't allow. I don't even have a road to go to the market. How am I supposed to give you the money? How am I supposed to give you the money?
Oh, well, they don't even know. They don't even understand the reason of taxation. You tax a community, you tax a people, or the nation tax its citizens because they want to use that money for the provision of water, electricity, and the construction of roads and the payment of civil servants.
Yes.
Employees.
Could be also to build hospitals, but it must be something for the benefit of the community.
Let's ask the question now. What has the ADF done with the money? Because taxation must go with accountability. What have they done with the money?
Why has Capo Daniel not shown pictures of schools, community schools, hospitals, whatever they've built for the people? Why has he not shown those? What is happening to Ayabacho? Why can he not show those?
How can they show it? What does Capo do for a living? What does Capo do for a living? What does Ayaba do for a living? When you tell me, then I'll tell you exactly where the tax money has gone. When you tell me what they do for a living, I will tell you where the tax money went. That is a tragedy about all this.
Yes. That's the something. And the Ambazonia people must remember this when we get to Buria. Ambazonia people cannot turn around and forget this overnight. They must remember who is who in this struggle, who's been doing what, all our actions.
Yes, absolutely.
This clown in the ATF thing that they are smart, but everything they do, they're audience, creating scenes to amuse their audience, but putting nothing for the future. For children, this is what they did. Other than remembering them just for the wrong deeds which they committed yesterday. That's the only thing I can remember about the ADF. Without that, nothing else to show.
And you find this guy, the guy who is solely responsible for all the kidnappings that Mr. Thomas talked about in Momo and in Makon and even around Bamenda. The ADF is responsible for most of the kidnappings there. Then he will turn around, and I think it was revealed that his own very brother, his brother was the one picking up all the ransom money. Capo Daniel's brother. Then he will come around and call himself the Tsar of anti-kidnapping. Can you imagine that? It's like an arsonist calling himself a firefighter. Huh? An arsonist calling himself a firefighter. That's what this guy is doing. And he thinks that he's very smart by saying that. But people know that he is the one responsible for all the kidnappings. But the day of reckoning is coming.
Yes.
The day of reckoning is coming.
They're using Efang. Efang is there blocking villages, going around from door to door, collecting money from people, beating them up, tying them up. The time is coming. The time is coming when all this will, the Ambazonian people will decide. And they must not forget all this. If they do, then it's on their head.
We are keeping these records. And like I said in another forum, we have to also identify those who are supporting them, not just these.
Yes.
All the people supporting them. We take note of them.
Their followers.
Yes, their followers. Those who are saying, "Oh, great job, go ahead and tax." People hiding right here in the diaspora, telling the Capo Daniel and the ADF and the FAM to go and tax our people on the ground. We should take note of those people. We should take note of them. Yes. Let's. I don't know. Chairman Patrick did not come back. I don't know what happened.
We can go. We can go to draft. We can go to draft. We will do our best.
All right. Okay, he's back now. He's back. Good. Chairman Patrick, before we miss you again, why don't you run with it? We know that Momo is drafting this weekend. When is that, and what time, and what are people supposed to do to take part in it?
Well, thank you, Chairman. Sorry that I was not able to continue with you guys, but I'm back. So, as you know, the almighty great Momo is drafting this Sunday, and the doors will be open at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and that is 8 p.m. Amba. And we are calling on every daughter of Momo, every Ambazonian who is a dedicated fighter to see that our people are liberated, to make sure they are present. We have all set it up this time. We are not going to inflate numbers like other groups are out there inflating numbers. We want people who want to contribute and see that this revolution is moved to the next level. You have all seen the little that we have been able to contribute for the past few months is being put into use, and Ambazonians are seeing. It's not about the noise making, it's just about making sure action is speaking on the ground. There is no way we can do this without finances. We have fighters on the ground who are waiting for us, and we're calling on everybody to come out. Don't say you are a part of a group, ADF or SACO or whatever. You are an Ambazonian, and you have to be able to come out and contribute towards the liberation of your people. You know, this is a group, this is a team that is putting some structures that are fighting on the ground. It's not about just contributing money. We want to see the results on the ground, and we are calling on everybody who is out there to come out and see that we move this to the next level.
Thank you very much, Chairman Patrick. Yeah, as Riley said, this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I know that in some cases, some people may want to start chipping in early. If they want to start chipping in early, who are they supposed to contact? Who should they reach out to?
Well, the National Treasury has already put out contribution, the platform that you can send your draft to. You just have to put on there on the description that is going for the Momo draft on Sunday. We are contributing to National Treasury so that we can make sure we keep track of everything that is coming into the Ambazonian Treasury. So those platforms are already out there, and if you don't mind, we're going to be posting them in every forum. By the end of today and tomorrow, every Ambazonian is going to see that those payment platforms.
Yeah, as you rightly said, I think the ARFs in Momo are coming back. I think we saw some action during the week. They did a great job. I don't want to put them on the spot, but we can see Momo coming back, and the ARFs are motivated and they're ready to do more. So I think Momo should come out and the draft, as usual. Momo is always heavyweight when it comes to draft season. So we hope that they will all respond positively. What can you say about this draft that's coming up on Sunday? That Momo is taking the ball, taking a chance at running with the ball first before anyone else. And of course, they will be setting the pace for others to follow. So, what do you have to say about this draft?
Well, the Great Momo County is up on Sunday. Let me just correct one thing. I know Chairman Patrick said 1 p.m., which is 8 o'clock Amber time. Actually, 1 p.m. is 6 o'clock Amber time.
6 o'clock.
So people working on Amber time is 6 o'clock. So please,
6 p.m., yeah.
the doors open at 1 p.m. Eastern time, which is 6 p.m. Amber time. So come one, come all. The Great Momo is up. And this time, we're going to hear from Momo itself in terms of action. We've already started seeing some sniff of what they will do. And we trust that if we come out, if Ambazonians come out and support Momo in this, Momo will be the Great Momo as we know them to be. They will show the people. They've got the farmers. The farmers are ready. The farmers just need their food to be eating while they're working on the farm. Make sure that everything is set and they will clear that farm properly. They don't have boundaries. So let all of us come out and support Momo, the Great Momo on Sunday. But know that your money, whatever your contribution you're giving, is coming to the National Treasury, and it will be well documented. Even the executive of Momo, they will, when they take the money out, they will sign for it, and when they will tell us what has happened with it, and Ambazonians, all the contributors will be informed. Well, some will not even be informed. Some will see the action, see enough action that they say, hey, yes, Momo, when are you doing it again? And they will be back. So we call on all Ambazonians to come out on Sunday and support Momo in a great star. Momo is a great county, and we count on them.
Yeah, and like Raleigh said, just because it's Momo drafting does not mean that others have to sit back and let Momo go out there and do this. It's like in Jangi, where if Momo is drafting, others have to come in and support. And when they too are drafting, then the Momo and the others to come in and support. So it's like you say, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. So all Ambazonians should be ready to come out this Sunday and give Momo a huge push so they can get over the fence. Mr. Thomas, what do you have to say about this draft and how should people respond to it?
Plea to all Southern Cameroonians, particularly all of us who are in the diaspora, please come and let all of us put our hands together and raise funds to buy materials for our boys on the ground. Please, is my humble plea to you. Nothing is too little. And those people that are always calling me as my fans, this is a special invitation for you all. If sincerely you used to call me to appreciate me for what I am doing, and you want us to go to Boya, let all of us join the on Saturday and all the future is that will be coming up to raise funds. €1 will not be too little. For without €1, I might not be able to pay transport from Mancon to Santa. So your €1 can make a difference. So please.
A difference, of course, of course. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that plea, and I hope Ambazonians are listening. Like we said, people always like to say we want action, but action does not happen with nothing. Action happens with material, the right tools in the hands of our ARFs. They are already there, willing to lay their lives on the line
to do the job. So all we have to do is put in their hands what they need to execute. So come this Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Amber time. I hope we all converge and give Momo a huge boost. And talking about coming together, we have heard these days a lot about holding conferences, conferences in the south, conferences in the north. But I think there's a new push to make sure to see if whatever conferences are happening out there are fused together so that Ambazonians can have one conference. That is, if people can put their egos aside to make sure that happens. That is one of the things, because we have the unity conference that's supposed to hold in Washington on between May the 7th, May the 5th and the 7th, May the 5th and the 7th of this year. That's just next month. But there's a push to see if all Ambazonians can come together and hold one conference. Though that date has been fixed and preparations are ongoing towards making sure that that conference is held that day, if there is something promising that can show that, all right, maybe a change of this date in order to accommodate others so we can come together and hold one conference, there may be a possibility of a change of date. But come what may, this conference is going to hold. What do you have to say about it, Chairman Mark?
Thank you, Chairman Mike. The conference is an all Ambazonia conference. Everyone is invited. I don't know why there's this round thing around me now. Yeah, but everyone is invited. Ambazonians are all invited. But we cannot drag people to the conference. Ambazonians should listen to this. This interim government is doing everything it can to try and unite with other groups. Some groups don't want to unite. They may be singing, oh, there's unity. They really don't want to unite. Some want this interim government to be dissolved, which will not happen. It's our interim government. It's there for the people. It's the people's government. And this conference in DC is the people's conference. People should come there in their numbers.
Hello?
People from all factions should come there to show that, yes, we're all Ambazonians first, before we have our own different factions, but we're Ambazonians first. We put Ambazonian first. The plight of the Ambazonia is bigger than anything that divides us. But anybody who feels that a small group is bigger than Ambazonia, let them stay behind and do what they want to do. But this conference is going ahead, and I call on all Ambazonians to come to that conference, to attend the conference, and make it big. Come there. Let's show Ground Zero that we care for them. Let's show the people putting their lives on the line that we care about them. Their safety is basically a free Ambazonia is what we're longing for, and nothing less. So I look forward to seeing you all of us all in DC on the 7th. I think it's the 5th to the 7th. Yeah, on the 5th, 6th, and 7th of May. Thank you.
I can add something to that, Comrade Mars and Chairman Mike. I think
Chairman Mike, we're not hearing you.
Yeah, can you hear me, Chairman Mars?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chairman Patrick.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
All
so
right.
what I'm saying here is the agenda of the conference coming up is being drawn by Ambazonians. There is no secret into the agenda. The steering committee that comprises of all Ambazonia is working day and night to put up an agenda that is going to be worth emulating. Every Amazonia is involved in discussing, and the forum is even open to Ambazonia. If you have an idea that you want to input, you can contact any of the steering committee members who is going to bring you into that forum to make sure you put your ideas so that they can discuss that during the conference. That is why this is an all-inclusive conference for all Amazonians, because the agenda is open, the ideas are open, everybody is welcome to input your ideas so that the deliberation will be centered towards the Ambazonia revolution, not towards any particular group. So we are calling on every Ambazonia to call on to meet with their brothers and sisters from the 5th to the 7th of May to set the ball rolling to the finish line of this promotion.
All right, thank you, Chairman Patrick. Can you hear me?
5 on 5.
All right, great.
No, I not.
I'm glad you have at least spelled out exactly how people can get involved. It's like you rightly said, this conference is open to all Ambazonians, without any discrimination. If you are for this struggle and you want to see a free and independent Southern Cameroons, you are welcome to take part and contribute your own ideas to the conference to make sure that we continue pushing this struggle forward. And the international community is working behind these conferences and making sure that we are talking to each other and doing things together. That's what they are waiting for. That's what they are waiting for, to make sure they can come in and assist us in what we're trying to achieve. But they want to see that we are committed. Why don't we come together and prove to them that we are committed? That's all they want to see. So I'd like Honorable Sama Thomas, if you have something to contribute to this, so we can move on to the next topic.
Yes, Comrade Mike. I want to I would like to inform Cameroonians of something that is going on. When the international community came calling on Southern Cameroon to come together, of the IG thought it wise that a lot of blames and stones have always been at us. So we need to do something to see how we can bring it together. So we put out a letter proposing to all leaders of the Southern Cameroon struggle that if they will want us to work in a transitional system, that every leader, whether you are John Ba Akoro, you are Akwara Ebeneza, you are Che Ayaba, you are Yerima, you will have your own term of leadership, which I term it the Athenian style of democracy, the era of Athens, that each person rules for 6 months. When that letter was put out, my brother Che Ayaba put a fast one. He behaved like a CPDM, which I said he has learned what the CPDM, the Southern Sudan people for all time. When the SD was sovereign conference, the CPDM organizing large debate. That the large debate has been going in all orders. That was large to people of the SDF. Now about all leaders coming together, my brother has organized went behind us all the big four. The big four finally turned to the big five, lining himself and Amba Akoro, man who will come in also talking as a, but what he did, what he's doing behind the scene is just the actions of Luke himself. So Southern Cameroonians should beware of those that do not want to come together and make sure that all of us work as a. Number one is Comrade Ayaba, Comrade Akonga Ebenezer, John Akoro, Yerima Dabne. These are the people that do not want to come together as a. And Cameroonians must be ready to call all out. If they will not respect themselves and climb down from their high horses and see that all of us work as a team, then these people must be discarded. These people must not be regarded as so far as South Africa is concerned. For they are the ones, in memorial, who have us marking time at the same point. These people that have called their names are the ones that have to today, and they are not ready to change. Even now, the international community is on their knees begging upon us to come to for them to deal with us. Southern Cameroonians should know that these people that have called their names, that they are the ones that are walking our way to freedom. Beside that, I am calling upon all real Southern Cameroonians. If you truly know that you want to go to Boya and you call yourself Ida,
just I didn't want to be driving. You good.
May is coming. Let all of us converge to Washington and sit like one man and talk like reconcile our differences like it was the case Mount Mary in 1903 when AAC1 was. We should duplicate AAC1 again in Washington comes May. Are a leader and you solve Washington.
Thank you.
In Washington, going for June, you are an enemy of the people.
Thank you very much, Obisama Thomas. Thank you. I think you said it all. I don't know what else to add there. The only question is, if people are running away from sitting with their other comrades to iron out or to plan how this struggle will be persecuted going forward, ask yourself, why is it? Why is it? If someone who likes darkness is because that person likes to do things that are not good for light. It's only bad things that happen in the dark. Those who have nothing to hide are not afraid of the light. People, witches and wizards and all evil people, they like the darkness because that's where they can hide their evil deeds. So we are calling on everybody to come out on May 7th, May 5th to the 7th in Washington, D.C. So unfortunately, my panel, we'll have to end here because there's an emergency at the studio, and we'll just have to end here for today. But I would like to really thank you all for showing up and for participating so vigorously during this exchange of ideas. Again, I hope that our viewers will appreciate what we have been able to put out today.